Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Golden Age of Ascension. In the vast tapestry of Runeterra's history, few threads shine as brightly, or have been stained as darkly, as the story of the one who was once known as the greatest of the Ascended. Tonight, as the world settles into peaceful slumber, let us journey back to an age when gods walked among mortals, when divine warriors stood as humanity's greatest protectors, and when a hero's heart beat within a form wreathed in celestial light. This is the tale of Aatrox, before corruption claimed him, before his name became synonymous with destruction and despair. Picture, if you will, the golden spires of ancient Shurima rising from desert sands like prayers made manifest in stone and starlight. The empire stretched across vast expanses of Runeterra, its borders touching distant oceans and mountain ranges that scraped the very heavens. This was not merely a kingdom of mortals, but a civilization blessed by the stars themselves, where the chosen few could undergo a transformation that would elevate them beyond the limitations of flesh and bone. The sun disk, that magnificent celestial artifact, hung suspended above the capital city like a second sun, its radiance bathing the empire in perpetual golden light. It was here, in this nexus of cosmic power, that mortals could be reborn as something greater, something divine. The process of ascension was not merely a reward for the worthy, it was a sacred duty, a transformation that bound the chosen to protect all life upon Runeterra. Among those who answered this calling stood a warrior, whose very presence seemed to embody the noble ideals of his age. Before he became the Darkin Blade, before his name became a whisper of dread, Aatrox was known by another title, one spoken with reverence and hope. He was the defender, the shield of Shurima, the one who stood between the innocent and the hungering void that sought to devour all existence. Imagine witnessing his ascension, that moment when mortal flesh was transmuted into something approaching the divine. The ritual chamber, carved from living stone and inlaid with precious metals that channeled celestial energies, would have hummed with power as the sun disk's light focused into a pillar of pure creation. The warrior who entered that sacred space was already exceptional, a champion among champions, one whose courage and dedication had been tested in countless battles. But the being who emerged was transformed beyond recognition, yet somehow more perfectly himself than ever before. Aatrox's ascended form was a wonder to behold, standing tall as a monument to heroism itself. His skin gleamed with an inner light that seemed to capture the warmth of dawn breaking over the desert, while his eyes held the wisdom of one who had glimpsed the cosmic forces that shaped reality. Great wings fashioned not of mere feather and bone, but of pure energy made manifest, spread wide enough to cast protective shadows over entire battalions. In his hands, he wielded a blade that was not merely a weapon but an extension of his very will, a sword that could cleave through the fabric of reality itself when turned against the enemies of life. This was not the cursed weapon he would later become trapped within, but rather a tool of pure purpose, forged from starlight and tempered in the fires of righteous determination. The other Ascended looked to Aatrox as their natural leader, drawn not only by his incredible power, but by the unwavering nobility that seemed to radiate from his very being. In council, his voice carried the weight of absolute conviction, yet it was tempered with compassion for those he was sworn to protect. When he spoke of duty, others listened, because they could see in his glowing eyes the reflection of their own highest aspirations. The empire flourished under the protection of these divine guardians, and none shone brighter than Aatrox. Trade routes stretched across continents, knowledge flowed like water through the great libraries, and art reached heights that mortals had never before achieved. Children grew up in a world where nightmares could not touch them, for they knew that somewhere in the golden light the Ascended kept watch. But it was not mere protection that Aatrox and his brethren provided. They were teachers, guides who helped humanity reach toward its own potential for greatness. The Ascended understood that their power was not meant to replace mortal achievement, but to nurture it, to create space for civilization to grow and thrive. In Aatrox, this understanding reached its purest expression. He saw in every mortal life a spark of the same divine potential that had elevated him. When threats arose from the deep places of the world, when ancient evils stirred in forgotten tombs or strange creatures emerged from rifts in reality, it was Aatrox who led the charge. His great sword would sweep through enemy ranks like a cleansing fire, but even in battle, his purpose remained clear and untainted. He fought not from anger or hatred, but from love. Love for the world he protected, love for the mortals who looked to him with hope, love for the very concept of life itself. The chronicles of that golden age speak of his deeds with an almost mythical reverence. There was the day he single-handedly held back a tide of void-spawned horrors at the Kahiri Pass, allowing thousands of refugees to reach safety. They tell of how he descended into the tomb of the Sand Kings to face ancient curses that threatened to consume entire cities, emerging days later bearing artifacts of power that he immediately entrusted to mortal scholars for study and safekeeping. Yet perhaps the most telling stories are not of his greatest battles, but of smaller moments, the way he would kneel to speak with children who approached him in wonder, his massive form somehow becoming gentle and approachable, how he would walk among the markets and workshops, taking genuine interest in the crafts and concerns of ordinary people. These were not the actions of a distant god-king, but of a protector who truly understood what he was fighting to preserve. The bond between Aatrox and his fellow Ascended ran deeper than mere comradeship. They were united not just by their transformation, but by their shared commitment to something greater than themselves. In the great halls where they gathered to plan and strategize, Aatrox's presence served as a constant reminder of their highest calling. When doubt crept into hearts grown weary from endless vigilance, his unwavering dedication would rekindle their purpose. It was a time when hope seemed eternal, when the future stretched ahead like an endless golden road leading to ever greater achievements. The Ascended had created what seemed to be a perfect world, protected by perfect guardians whose power was matched only by their virtue. Aatrox stood at the center of this paradise, its greatest champion and its most noble soul. But even in that age of light, shadows were beginning to gather at the edges of perception. Strange reports filtered in from the furthest provinces, whispers of void creatures that seemed different somehow, more cunning, more purposeful than the mindless devourers they had faced before. The stars themselves seemed to flicker with unease, as if cosmic forces were shifting in ways that even the Ascended could not fully comprehend. Yet in those golden days, such concerns seemed distant and manageable. After all, they had faced the void before and emerged victorious. They had Aatrox to lead them, and in his strength and wisdom, they found confidence that no challenge could truly threaten their perfect world. How could they have known that the very perfection of their paradise would become the seed of its destruction? How could the greatest among them have foreseen that his noble heart would one day beat with an entirely different rhythm? As we settle into the quiet contemplation of sleep, perhaps we might wonder, what price do we truly pay for the power to protect all that we love? Chapter 2. The Warrior's Heart. In the depths of every hero lies a truth that defines not just their actions, but the very essence of who they are meant to become. Tonight, as gentle darkness embraces the world, let us peer into the noble heart that once beat within the greatest of the Ascended, and discover what drove Aatrox to heights of heroism that would echo through the ages. before that same heart would be twisted into something unrecognizable. To understand the magnitude of what was lost when Aatrox fell to corruption, one must first understand the depth of what he once was. His was not a heart that sought glory for its own sake, nor power for the dominance it might bring. Instead, within his celestial form burned a flame of pure dedication, a love for life itself that transcended the boundaries between mortal and divine, between self and other. Picture yourself standing in the great amphitheater of Narration, where the Ascended would gather to share wisdom and plan their protection of the Empire. The space itself was a marvel of Shurima architecture, its golden walls rising in perfect spirals toward a dome that captured and reflected the light of both sun and stars. Here, in this sacred space, you would have witnessed Aatrox not as the distant god-warrior of legend, but as something far more profound, a being whose divine power was matched only by his profound humility. When he spoke in these gatherings, his voice carried the warm resonance of absolute conviction tempered by genuine compassion. Other Ascended would lean forward when Aatrox shared his thoughts, not because his power demanded their attention, but because his wisdom earned their respect. He possessed an almost mystical ability to see beyond the immediate tactical concerns of any situation to the deeper moral truths that lay beneath. "We are not kings," he would say, his luminous eyes reflecting the faces of his companions. "We are gardeners, and a garden thrives not when the gardener controls every leaf and flower, but when he creates the conditions for natural growth to flourish." These words, recorded in the ancient chronicles, reveal the philosophical foundation upon which Aatrox built his entire approach to leadership and protection. His relationship with his fellow Ascended was one of genuine brotherhood, unmarred by the rivalries and ambitions that might have poisoned lesser beings gifted with such power. With Nasus, the curator of the sands, Aatrox shared long philosophical discussions about the nature of wisdom and the responsibility that came with immortal perspective. Their debates could last for days, conducted in the flowing script of High Shurima that seemed to dance across papyrus scrolls like living poetry. Nasus, with his scholarly nature and careful consideration of consequences, served as a perfect counterbalance to Aatrox's more immediate and intuitive approach to problem-solving. Where Nasus would spend weeks researching the historical precedents for any major decision, Aatrox would often know the right course of action through what seemed like divine inspiration. Yet neither approach was superior. They complemented each other like twin pillars supporting the same sacred roof. With Renekton, the fierce butcher of the sands, Aatrox shared the unspoken understanding that exists between warriors who have faced death together countless times. Renekton's savage joy in battle might have seemed at odds with Aatrox's more measured approach to conflict, but the two found in each other exactly what they needed. Aatrox's steady presence could calm Renekton's berserker fury when necessary, while Renekton's unbridled enthusiasm reminded Aatrox that righteous anger, properly channeled, could be as noble as measured wisdom. Their sparring sessions became legendary among the Ascended, not for their destructive power, though the training grounds bore scars that would last for millennia, but for the way they demonstrated how different approaches to warfare could exist in perfect harmony. Aatrox would fight with flowing, precise movements that seemed to predict his opponent's actions several steps in advance, while Renekton would respond with raw, overwhelming force that could shatter the most carefully laid plans. Together they developed tactics that would serve them well in the dark days to come. But perhaps the most telling of Aatrox's relationships was the one he maintained with the mortals of Shurima. Unlike some Ascended who gradually grew distant from their human origins, Aatrox made a conscious effort to remain connected to the people he protected. He would regularly walk among them, not as a god accepting worship, but as a protector checking on those under his care. Children, in their innocent wisdom, seemed to sense this immediately. They would approach him without fear, drawn by some instinct that recognized the genuine love that radiated from his divine form. Palace guards would watch in amazement as the greatest of the Ascended would kneel in the dust of a marketplace to examine a child's scraped knee, his massive hands glowing with gentle healing light. as he tended to wounds that any mortal healer could have managed just as well. "Why do you trouble yourself with such small things, Great One?" a young priest once asked, watching Aatrox carefully transplant a wilting flower in the temple gardens. Aatrox's response, preserved in the temple records, revealed the profound philosophy that guided his every action. "Because the universe is made of small things, young one. Take away enough grains of sand, and even the mightiest dune will disappear. Ignore enough small acts of kindness, and eventually, kindness itself becomes extinct." This attention to detail, this reverence for the seemingly insignificant, extended to every aspect of Aatrox's approach to his duties. When reports came of void creatures threatening remote settlements, he did not simply dispatch lesser champions to deal with the minor threats. Instead, he would often lead these missions himself, understanding that to the farmers and herders facing extinction, their peril was anything but minor. The chronicles speak of a particular incident that perfectly encapsulates Aatrox's character during these golden years. A small farming community at the edge of the Empire had been terrorized by void spawn for months. The creatures were not particularly powerful, perhaps a dozen lesser entities that any competent military unit could have handled. But the farmers had no such resources, and their desperate pleas for help had been shuffled through layers of imperial bureaucracy until they seemed destined to be lost entirely. When word finally reached Aatrox, he did not send subordinates or delegate the task to regional authorities. Instead, he flew across the Empire himself, arriving at the village as the sun set behind distant mountains. The farmers expected a brief, efficient extermination of the threat, followed by the swift departure of their divine protector to more important duties. Instead, Aatrox spent 3 days in their village. He eliminated the void creatures in a matter of minutes, but remained to help rebuild the structures they had damaged, to heal those who had been injured in the attacks, and most importantly, to listen to the stories and concerns of people whose lives mattered just as much to him as the grandest affairs of state. On the final evening of his visit, as the village gathered around a great bonfire to celebrate their deliverance, a young girl asked Aatrox why he had stayed so long for such a small problem. His answer became one of the most beloved passages in all of Shurima literature. "Little star," he said, lifting her so she could see over the heads of the gathered crowd, "do you see how this fire warms all of us equally? It does not shine brighter for the wealthy or burn less for the poor. In the eyes of creation there are no small problems, only small perspectives. Your home, your family, your dreams, these are as precious as any empire, as worthy of protection as any palace." This was the heart of Aatrox, a being who had been elevated to godlike power, but had never forgotten that such power was meaningless unless it served something greater than itself. He understood, in a way that even some of his fellow Ascended struggled to grasp, that their transformation was not a reward for their previous achievements, but a responsibility for future service. His motivations were as pure as desert starlight, unmarked by the ambitions and desires that corrupted lesser beings. He sought no worship, though many offered it. He claimed no territories, though he could have conquered nations with a thought. He accumulated no treasures, though the wealth of the empire was at his disposal. All of his divine power, all of his cosmic awareness, all of his immortal strength, everything was focused on a single, unwavering purpose: the protection and nurturing of life in all its forms. Even in battle, this fundamental nature shaped every action he took. When void creatures burst forth from tears in reality, when ancient evils stirred in forgotten tombs, when any threat arose to challenge the peace of Shurima, Aatrox would meet them with the full fury of righteous determination. But even his fury was an expression of love for what he protected, rather than hatred for what he fought. Those who witnessed him in combat would later struggle to find words for what they had seen. His great sword would sweep through enemy ranks like a scythe of pure light, each strike perfectly calculated to end threats without unnecessary destruction. He fought with the precision of a master craftsman and the passion of a devoted father protecting his children. Victory, when it came, brought him no joy, only relief that the threat had been ended, and peace could be restored. In the quiet moments between battles, Aatrox would often be found in meditation, his massive form kneeling in temple gardens, or on mountain peaks, where he could feel the pulse of life flowing through the world around him. These were not the meditations of a warrior seeking to hone his skills for future conflicts, but the contemplations of a guardian ensuring that his purpose remained pure and his heart remained connected to those he served. As the golden age of Shurima continued, as years stretched into decades and decades into centuries, this noble heart never wavered. Even when challenges grew more complex, even when the void's incursions became more frequent and more cunning, Aatrox's essential nature remained constant. He was the eternal guardian, the unwavering protector, the one whose very existence served as proof that power and compassion could exist in perfect harmony. How cruel, then, that such a perfect heart would one day be transformed into something that beat with entirely different rhythms. How tragic that the greatest love ever known among the Ascended would eventually become the source of the greatest hatred. As we drift toward peaceful rest, we might wonder what happens to love when it is forced to witness the destruction of everything it holds dear. Chapter 3. The Void War's Toll. There comes a moment in every war when the nature of conflict itself begins to change, when what started as isolated skirmishes evolves into something far more sinister and consuming. Tonight, as shadows lengthen and the world prepares for rest, let us examine how the endless battle against the void began to exact a price that even the divine Ascended could not have anticipated, a toll that would plant the first seeds of the darkness that would eventually consume the greatest among them. The early void incursions had been manageable, almost routine in their predictability. Tears would appear in reality's fabric, mindless creatures would pour through in chaotic waves, and the Ascended would respond with overwhelming force to seal the breaches and eliminate the threats. These conflicts, while dangerous, followed patterns that divine minds could comprehend and counter. They were problems to be solved, obstacles to be overcome through application of power and wisdom. But as the years passed, something fundamental began to shift in the nature of these invasions. The void creatures that emerged from the tiers between worlds started exhibiting behaviors that defied everything the Ascended thought they understood about their enemy. Where once there had been only hunger and chaos, now there seemed to be purpose. Where once the creatures had attacked randomly, now they began to coordinate their assaults with terrifying intelligence. Aatrox was among the first to notice these changes, his warrior's instincts detecting subtle shifts in enemy tactics that others might have dismissed as coincidence. During a particularly brutal engagement at the Icathian border, he observed void spawn retreating in organized formations, something that should have been impossible for creatures supposedly driven only by consuming hunger. When he shared these observations with his fellow Ascended, some dismissed his concerns as over-analysis of chaotic behavior. But Aatrox knew better. His centuries of combat experience had taught him to read the intentions behind every movement, every formation, every tactical decision. What he saw emerging from the void was not random mutation or evolutionary accident, it was adaptation. The enemy was learning, growing more sophisticated with each encounter, becoming something far more dangerous than mere destroyers of reality. The psychological impact of this realization cannot be understated. For beings who had spent millennia as Runeterra's ultimate protectors, the idea that their enemy might be evolving beyond their ability to comprehend or counter it represented a fundamental challenge to their worldview. They were accustomed to being the superior force, the enlightened guardians who could understand and overcome any threat through application of divine wisdom and power. Now suddenly, they found themselves facing an enemy that seemed to understand them better than they understood it. Void creatures began anticipating Ascended battle tactics, setting traps specifically designed to exploit their noble natures, creating scenarios where the very compassion that made them great protectors became a liability in combat. Aatrox felt this burden more heavily than most, partly because his tactical brilliance made him acutely aware of what was happening, but mostly because his deep love for those he protected made every failed defense feel like a personal betrayal of his sacred duty. When void spawns slipped past ascended defenses to ravage remote settlements, when clever ambushes claimed the lives of mortal soldiers who had fought bravely alongside their divine protectors, Aatrox experienced each loss as a wound to his very soul. The chronicles from this period record a gradual but noticeable change in the great warrior's demeanor. Where once he had approached each battle with confident determination, now there was a grimness to his preparations, a weight that seemed to settle more heavily on his luminous shoulders with each passing conflict. His fellow Ascended began to notice that his meditations grew longer and more solitary, as if he were wrestling with thoughts too complex or troubling to share. During one particularly devastating void incursion near the city of Belzune, Aatrox found himself facing a new type of enemy, creatures that seemed to feed not just on matter and energy, but on hope itself. These abominations would target the most courageous defenders first, somehow draining their will to fight before consuming their physical forms. Entire battalions of brave soldiers would simply lay down their weapons and wait for death, their spirits crushed by some emanation that the void spawns carried with them. For the first time in his existence, Aatrox experienced something approaching despair. Not for himself. His divine nature made him largely immune to such direct mental attacks, but for the mortals who looked to him for protection. How could he defend against an enemy that could turn his people's greatest virtue, their courage, into a pathway to their destruction? The battle for Belzune lasted 7 days and 7 nights, with Aatrox fighting almost continuously, as wave after wave of increasingly sophisticated void creatures poured through multiple reality tiers. By the conflict's end, though the city was saved and the tiers sealed, nearly half of its population had been lost. Most crushing of all, many of those losses came not from direct combat, but from defenders who had simply given up hope. As Aatrox walked through the aftermath, tending to survivors and helping coordinate relief efforts, he was approached by a young girl who had lost both parents in the fighting. She looked up at him with eyes that held no accusation, no anger, only a heartbreaking confusion about why her protectors had been unable to protect those she loved most. "Great Aatrox," she whispered, "will the bad things stop coming?" For perhaps the first time in his existence, the greatest of the Ascended found himself unable to offer absolute reassurance. The honest answer, that the void incursions were becoming more frequent and more dangerous, was not something he could share with a grieving child. Yet his noble heart would not allow him to offer empty comfort based on hopeful lies. "I will never stop fighting them," he said finally, kneeling to meet her eyes. "As long as I exist, I will stand between them and everyone I care about." It was a promise that revealed how his perspective was beginning to shift. Where once he had spoken with confidence about victory and peace, now he could only promise continued struggle. The war was no longer a series of battles to be won, but an endless vigil to be maintained. The void seemed to sense this growing weariness among its enemies. Incursions began targeting not just population centers and strategic locations, but the very symbols of hope and stability that held Shuriman society together. Sacred temples were corrupted by void energy, turning places of worship into twisted monuments to entropy. Ancient libraries were consumed, their accumulated wisdom disappearing into nothingness as if it had never existed. Each such loss felt like a personal failure to Aatrox, who had devoted his existence to protecting not just lives, but the very concepts and institutions that made life meaningful. Watching millennia of accumulated culture and knowledge vanish into the hungry void challenged his fundamental understanding of what victory could even mean in such a conflict. The other Ascended noticed the change in their greatest champion. Nasus observed that Aatrox's strategic discussions had taken on a more urgent, almost desperate quality. Where once he had planned for victory, now he seemed to be calculating acceptable losses. Renekton, always more direct in his observations, simply noted that his brother-in-arms no longer smiled after successful battles. The Void War was becoming something unprecedented in the history of Runeterra, a conflict where victory itself was being redefined with each engagement. The traditional goal of defeating an enemy and returning to peace seemed increasingly naive when facing foes that existed primarily to unmake existence itself. How could one achieve lasting victory against an enemy whose very nature was antithetical to the concept of lasting anything? Atrox began spending more time in the deepest archives of Shurima libraries, searching through ancient texts for some precedent, some wisdom that might guide them through this unprecedented crisis. He studied accounts of primordial conflicts from the dawn of time, examined philosophical treatises on the nature of existence and nothingness, consulted with scholars who specialized in cosmic phenomena that mortal minds could barely comprehend. What he found in these studies was not comfort, but confirmation of his growing fears. The void was not simply another enemy to be defeated. It was entropy itself, given hunger and purpose. Fighting it was like trying to hold back the tide with bare hands, possible for a time through application of sufficient force, but ultimately futile against the inexorable nature of what they faced. Yet still he fought, because fighting was all he knew how to do. Each new incursion brought fresh horrors, void creatures that incorporated elements learned from previous defeats, entities that seemed specifically designed to counter ascended abilities and tactics. The war was becoming a grim game of adaptation and counter-adaptation, with the stakes being nothing less than the continued existence of everything the Ascended held dear. The psychological strain of this endless escalation began manifesting in ways that would have been unthinkable during the golden age of peace. Atrox found himself calculating not just how to win battles, but how to win them in ways that would prevent the enemy from learning too much from their defeats. He began withholding his full power in certain engagements, not from arrogance or mercy, but from strategic necessity. Revealing all of his capabilities might give the void the information it needed to develop perfect counters. This constant self-restraint, this need to hold back, even when lives hung in the balance, created an internal tension that gnawed at his noble heart. Every death that might have been prevented, with the application of more power, became a weight added to his growing burden of guilt and frustration. As the war continued to evolve and escalate, Atrox began to understand that they were facing something far more insidious than a conventional enemy. The void was not just trying to destroy them, it was trying to corrupt them, to transform them into something antithetical to their own nature. Every compromise forced by tactical necessity, every moment of doubt or despair, every instance where noble ideals had to bend before practical realities, these were victories for the void, regardless of the outcome of any individual battle. The greatest tragedy was that Atrox could see this corruption beginning to take hold, could feel it working its subtle influence on his own thoughts and motivations, yet understanding the process did not grant him immunity from it. Knowledge, without the power to change circumstances, becomes its own form of torment, and even divine wisdom could not shield him from the gradual erosion of hope that comes from fighting an unwinnable war. As we settle into contemplative rest, perhaps we might consider, how long can even the strongest spirit maintain its essential nature when forced to witness the slow destruction of everything it was created to protect? Chapter 4. The Fall of Shurima. There are moments in history when the very foundations of existence seem to crack, when the certainties that have anchored entire civilizations suddenly crumble into dust and regret. Tonight, as we gather in the gentle embrace of approaching sleep, let us witness one such moment, the day when the greatest empire in Runeterra's history fell not to external conquest or gradual decay, but to the hubris of a single mortal, and the devastating chain of consequences that followed in its wake. The morning of Azir's ascension dawned with all the promise that had characterized the golden age of Shurima. The sun rose over the capital city, its light catching the polished surfaces of countless spires and monuments, creating a symphony of reflected radiance that seemed to herald the beginning of a new and even more glorious chapter in the empire's history. Citizens gathered in the streets below the Great Pyramid, their faces turned upward in anticipation of witnessing their emperor join the ranks of the divine protectors who had kept them safe for so many centuries. Atrox stood with his fellow Ascended on the ceremonial platform, his luminous form a beacon of stability and strength in a moment charged with cosmic significance. He had overseen countless ascensions before, had witnessed the transformation of worthy mortals into divine guardians, had felt the joy that came with welcoming new brothers and sisters into their eternal brotherhood of protection. This day should have been no different. Another celebration of mortal potential realized, another strengthening of the forces that stood between Runeterra and the hungry void. But even as the ceremony began, there were signs that something was amiss. The ancient rituals, practiced and refined over millennia, seemed somehow different in subtle ways that only the most experienced observers might notice. Zerath, the court mage who was to assist in the Ascension, moved with a tension that spoke of hidden purposes. The very air around the sun disk seemed to thrum with energies that felt somehow wrong, as if the cosmic forces being channeled were being bent toward ends for which they were never intended. Aatrox's warrior instincts, honed by centuries of combat, and shaped by his deep understanding of the balance between order and chaos, detected these discordant notes in what should have been a perfect harmony. Yet the protocols of the ceremony demanded his presence, but not his intervention. This was Azir's moment, the culmination of a reign that had brought unprecedented prosperity to the Empire, and tradition dictated that the Ascended serve as witnesses rather than participants in the transformation process. When the betrayal came, it struck with the suddenness of lightning and the finality of an avalanche. Zerath's true intentions, hidden behind years of faithful service and carefully constructed loyalty, burst forth in a moment of transcendent treachery. The magical energies, meant to elevate Azir to divine status, were instead perverted and redirected, stolen by the ambitious mage who had orchestrated this moment of supreme betrayal for his own ascension. The explosion of uncontrolled power that followed was unlike anything even the Ascended had ever witnessed. The sun disk, that perfect artifact of celestial harmony, became a conduit for forces so chaotic and destructive that reality itself seemed to recoil from their touch. The Great Pyramid, symbol of Shurima permanence and stability, began to collapse as the magical foundations that had supported it for millennia were torn apart by energies that no mortal structure was designed to contain. Aatrox moved with the desperate speed that only divine reflexes could provide, his great wings carrying him through the chaos as he attempted to reach the epicenter of the catastrophe. But even his immense power was inadequate against the scale of destruction that Zerath's betrayal had unleashed. The very air burned with corrupted magic, while buildings that had stood for thousands of years crumbled into dust within moments. The sounds of that day would haunt even divine memory, the screaming of tortured stone, the roar of uncontrolled magical forces, and underneath it all, the cries of hundreds of thousands of innocent people who had gathered to witness their emperor's elevation, and instead found themselves trapped in a nightmare of unprecedented destruction. These were the voices that cut deepest into Aatrox's noble heart, the sounds of those he had sworn to protect calling out in terror as his protection proved insufficient. He threw himself into the rescue efforts with the fury of absolute desperation, using his divine strength to hold up collapsing structures while civilians fled to safety, channeling his own life force to create barriers against the waves of destructive energy that continued to pulse outward from the ruined pyramid. Around him, his fellow Ascended worked with similar determination, their combined efforts managing to save thousands who might otherwise have perished in those first catastrophic moments. But for every life they saved, dozens more were lost in areas they could not reach in time. The capital city, seat of the greatest civilization Runeterra had ever known, was being reduced to rubble and ash, while the divine protectors who should have been able to prevent such a catastrophe found themselves merely trying to minimize the scale of the disaster. The psychological impact of this failure struck Aatrox with the force of a physical blow. For centuries, his existence had been defined by his role as protector, his ability to stand between the innocent and any force that threatened them. Now, despite all his divine power, despite all his wisdom and experience, he was watching helplessly as an entire civilization died around him, destroyed, not by some cosmic enemy from beyond the stars, but by the treachery of those they had trusted and protected. As the immediate crisis passed, and the scale of the devastation became clear, Aatrox found himself confronting questions that challenged the very foundations of his purpose. The Empire was gone, not conquered, not gradually weakened, but simply erased in a single day by the ambitions of one mortal who had been entrusted with power he was never meant to wield. Millions of people who had lived their entire lives under Ascended protection were now scattered refugees, their homes destroyed, their civilization reduced to memory and ruins. The other Ascended looked to him for guidance, as they had so many times before, but for the first time in his existence, Aatrox found himself uncertain about what guidance he could offer. The comfortable certainties that had shaped their existence for millennia had been shattered along with the sun disk. If they could not protect their own civilization from the treachery of those within it, what hope did they have of protecting anything else? In the days that followed, as he moved among the refugee camps that had sprung up around the ruins of the capital, Aatrox encountered the full scope of mortal resentment and disillusionment. Many of those who had once revered the Ascended as perfect protectors now looked upon them with barely concealed accusation. Where were you when we needed you most? Their eyes seemed to ask, what good is divine power if it cannot prevent such catastrophe? These questions cut deep because Aatrox had no satisfactory answers for them. He could explain the tactical realities, could describe how even divine beings had limitations, could point out that they had saved thousands, despite being caught completely off guard by Xerath's betrayal. But none of these explanations addressed the fundamental issue, that their protection had failed when it was needed most. More troubling still were the conversations he overheard among the refugees, discussions that revealed perspectives on the Ascended that he had never considered before. Some spoke of their divine protectors as absentee landlords, powerful beings who intervened only when threats suited their interests. Others questioned whether the Ascended truly understood the needs and desires of mortals, or whether their eternal nature had disconnected them from the immediacy of mortal concerns. Perhaps most painful of all were those who suggested that the fall of Shurima might not have been possible if the Ascended had been more involved in the daily governance of the Empire, more aware of the ambitions and resentments that festered in the hearts of those they trusted with power. Had their noble distance from mortal politics created blind spots that enabled Xerath's betrayal? These questions forced Aatrox to confront aspects of his protective philosophy that he had never examined critically. His approach to guardianship had always been based on the assumption that mortals were inherently worthy of protection, that given the proper conditions and freedom from external threats, they would naturally tend toward goodness and growth. The idea that the greatest threats to mortal civilization might come from mortals themselves had never seriously entered his calculations. As weeks turned to months and the immediate crisis stabilized into long-term displacement and suffering, Aatrox began to notice changes in his own thought patterns that would have alarmed him in earlier times. When making decisions about resource allocation or protection priorities, he found himself weighing the trustworthiness of mortal leaders more heavily than their need for assistance. The automatic faith in mortal goodness that had once defined his approach began to erode, replaced by a more calculating assessment of who deserved divine intervention. This shift in perspective was gradual and subtle, but its implications were profound. The Aatrox who had once knelt in marketplace dust to tend a child's scraped knee was beginning to transform into someone who viewed mortal concerns through the lens of strategic value rather than inherent worth. The foundation of unconditional love that had once motivated his every action was developing cracks that would only widen under future pressures. The fall of Shurima had also severed the connection between the Ascended and the cosmic source of their power. The sun disk had been more than just a symbol. It had been an actual conduit linking them to the celestial forces that sustained their divine nature. With its destruction, they found themselves cut off from regular renewal of their essence, forced to subsist on the finite reserves of power they carried within themselves. This isolation from their cosmic source had unexpected psychological effects. The constant, subtle influence of celestial wisdom that had helped maintain their noble perspectives began to fade, leaving them more vulnerable to the darker impulses that affected all conscious beings. Without regular contact with the harmonious forces that had shaped their transformation, they began to change in ways that none of them fully recognized at the time. Atrox felt this disconnection most acutely during his meditations, when he would reach out seeking the cosmic perspective that had once provided clarity and purpose, only to find emptiness where once there had been infinite understanding. The great questions that had driven his existence: how best to protect life, how to balance individual freedom with collective security, how to nurture mortal potential without stifling mortal agency, became increasingly difficult to answer without the celestial wisdom that had once made such answers seem obvious. The Void War, which had already begun to strain the psychological foundations of ascended purpose, became even more challenging in this new context. Fighting an enemy that sought to unmake existence itself had been difficult enough when they possessed the certainty that their cause was righteous and their methods sound. Now, with their own civilization destroyed by internal betrayal and their connection to cosmic guidance severed, even the most fundamental assumptions about their role and purpose were open to question. As the scattered remnants of Shuriman society struggled to rebuild in the shadow of their former glory, Atrox found himself wrestling with doubts that would have been unthinkable in earlier times. Perhaps the void was not the greatest threat to existence. Perhaps the real enemy was the inherent tendency of consciousness itself toward betrayal and self-destruction. Perhaps protection was futile, when those being protected were ultimately their own greatest threat. These were dangerous thoughts for a being whose entire existence had been built around concepts of service and protection. But they were also inevitable thoughts for someone who had witnessed the casual destruction of everything he had spent centuries building and defending. The fall of Shurima had planted seeds of cynicism in the most noble heart ever to beat within an ascended breast, and those seeds would find fertile ground in the trials yet to come. As we drift toward peaceful sleep, we might contemplate the tragic irony of that terrible day. How often does our greatest act of faith in others become the very foundation of our deepest disappointment in them? Chapter 5. Birth of the Darkin. There are transformations that happen gradually, like the wearing away of stone by patient water, and then there are changes that occur in moments of such profound trauma that the very essence of being is rewritten in an instant. Tonight, as darkness settles gently around us, let us witness the most tragic metamorphosis in all of Runeterra's history, the moment when the greatest protectors became the most terrifying destroyers, when noble hearts twisted into something unrecognizable, and when love itself became the foundation for an entirely different kind of passion. The corruption did not begin with a single moment of choice or a dramatic fall from grace. Instead, it crept into the hearts of the ascended like poison seeping through cracks in a foundation, exploiting every doubt that the fall of Shurima had created, feeding on every moment of despair that the endless Void War had accumulated. The process was so gradual, so insidious, that by the time any of them recognized what was happening, the transformation was already irreversible. For Atrox, the change began in the spaces between his thoughts, in the quiet moments when his divine mind would reach out seeking the cosmic perspective that had once guided his every decision. Where he had previously found infinite wisdom and perfect clarity, now there was only an echoing emptiness that reflected his own growing uncertainties back at him. Without the celestial connection that had once tempered his emotions and guided his purpose, he found himself more vulnerable to the darker impulses that had always existed at the edges of consciousness. The first sign of corruption was subtle, a gradual shift in how he approached the endless battles against void incursions, where once he had fought with measured precision, using exactly the amount of force necessary to eliminate threats while minimizing collateral damage. Now he began to employ overwhelming violence that seemed to carry its own satisfaction. The destruction of void creatures, which had once been a regrettable necessity in service of protection, began to feel like an expression of his own growing frustration with existence itself. His fellow Ascended noticed these changes, but initially attributed them to the natural psychological strain of their circumstances. They were all struggling with similar challenges: the loss of their cosmic guidance, the trauma of Shurima's fall, the seemingly endless nature of their war against entropy itself. That Aatrox, who had borne more responsibility than any of them, might be showing signs of wear seemed unfortunate, but understandable. What they could not see was the deeper transformation occurring within his divine essence. The celestial energies that had once flowed through him in perfect harmony were becoming chaotic and unstable, no longer guided by cosmic wisdom, but instead shaped by his own increasingly dark emotional state. The very power that had made him the greatest protector in Runeterra's history was gradually becoming something antithetical to protection itself. The turning point came during a particularly devastating void incursion near the ruins of what had once been a thriving Shuriman city. The attacking creatures were unlike anything they had faced before, entities that seemed to have been specifically designed to exploit the psychological vulnerabilities that the Ascended had developed since the fall of their empire. These new void spawn could project twisted visions of past failures, forcing their victims to relive moments of helplessness and inadequacy in endless loops of mental torment. When Aatrox engaged these creatures in combat, he found himself bombarded with images of every person he had failed to save, every moment when his protection had proved insufficient, every instance where his divine power had been meaningless against the realities of mortal suffering and betrayal. The visions were crafted with malicious precision, each one calculated to strike at the specific doubts and fears that had been growing in his heart since Shurima's destruction. Under normal circumstances, his divine nature would have provided protection against such mental attacks. But his connection to cosmic stability had been severed, leaving him vulnerable to manipulation in ways that would have been impossible during the golden age of his existence. As the void creatures pressed their psychological assault, Aatrox felt something fundamental crack within his essential nature. The response that erupted from this breaking point was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Instead of the controlled, purposeful application of force that had characterized his previous battles, he unleashed a torrent of pure destruction that seemed to feed on its own violence. His great sword became an instrument not of protection but of annihilation, sweeping through enemy ranks with a fury that went far beyond tactical necessity. But the most disturbing aspect of this new form of combat was not its effectiveness. It was how satisfying it felt. For the first time since the fall of Shurima, Aatrox experienced something approaching joy in battle, a dark pleasure that came from the complete destruction of his enemies. The void creature's psychological attacks had been silenced, not through noble resistance, but through such overwhelming violence that they simply ceased to exist. As the battlefield grew quiet around him, Aatrox stood among the carnage and realized that something irreversible had changed within him. The satisfaction he felt was not the relief of duty fulfilled or the joy of protection provided. It was the savage pleasure of an apex predator that had just reminded the world why it was feared. The noble heart that had once beaten within his divine breast was still there, but it now pulsed with rhythms that would have horrified his earlier self. This transformation was not unique to Aatrox. Across Runeterra, other Ascended were experiencing similar moments of fundamental change as the accumulated pressures of their circumstances finally overwhelmed the spiritual foundations that had once kept them stable. Rast, who had been known for his strategic brilliance and careful planning, became consumed with an obsession for perfect victory that gradually twisted into sadistic pleasure in the suffering of his enemies. Varus, whose dual nature had once represented the harmony between conflicting impulses, found that harmony shattered into warring fragments that could only be unified through violence. The process of becoming Darkin was not simply a matter of moral degradation or psychological breakdown. It involved a fundamental alteration of their divine essence, a corruption so complete that it affected every aspect of their being from their physical forms to their most basic motivations. The celestial energies that had once sustained them became dark and chaotic, fed not by cosmic harmony, but by the negative emotions and destructive impulses that their new nature generated. Aatrox's physical transformation reflected this inner corruption. His luminous skin, which had once radiated the warm light of dawn, began to take on darker hues that seemed to absorb rather than reflect illumination. His great wings, formerly symbols of divine transcendence, became instruments of terror that could blot out the sun itself. Most disturbing of all, his eyes, which had once held the wisdom and compassion of perfect understanding, now burned with a fire that promised only destruction. The change in his relationships with other beings was equally profound. Where he had once felt automatic compassion for all forms of life, now he experienced only varying degrees of contempt and disgust. Mortals, who had previously inspired his protective instincts, were now seen as weak and contemptible creatures whose suffering was largely self-inflicted. Even his fellow Ascended, now fellow Darkin, were viewed more as useful allies in destruction than as true companions sharing a noble purpose. This shift in perspective was perhaps the most tragic aspect of his transformation. The deep love that had once motivated his every action was still present, but it had been perverted into something unrecognizable. He still cared about the world with desperate intensity, but now that caring expressed itself through a desire to end all suffering by ending all existence. In his corrupted understanding, destruction became a form of mercy, annihilation, a gift offered to beings too weak to appreciate their own misery. The philosophical framework that emerged from this transformation was both sophisticated and terrifying. Aatrox retained all of his divine intelligence and strategic brilliance, but these capabilities were now directed toward ends that inverted everything he had once stood for. Where he had previously sought to protect and nurture life, he now developed elaborate theories about why existence itself was a form of cosmic mistake that needed to be corrected. His conversations with other Darkin during this period revealed the depth of his intellectual corruption. They would spend hours debating the most efficient methods for ending civilizations, discussing the relative merits of physical destruction versus psychological torment, analyzing the best approaches for breaking the spirit of entire populations before eliminating them entirely. These were not the ravings of a madman, but the careful deliberations of a brilliant mind that had been turned toward utterly malevolent purposes. The Void War continued throughout this transformation, but the nature of the conflict changed dramatically as the Darkin evolved. Where the Ascended had fought to preserve existence against entropy, the Darkin began to see the void creatures as kindred spirits, entities whose desire to unmake reality aligned with their own growing conviction that existence was fundamentally flawed. Some Darkin even began to experiment with void energies, seeking to incorporate the power of pure entropy into their own destructive capabilities. Aatrox found a particular resonance with void philosophy, though he approached it from a different angle than the mindless hunger that characterized most void entities. Where void creatures sought to consume existence out of instinctual drive, Aatrox pursued annihilation as a conscious choice, a reasoned conclusion about the best possible outcome for a universe filled with suffering. His destruction would be purposeful rather than chaotic, methodical rather than random. The final stage of his transformation into a full Darkin involved the complete inversion of his protective instincts. Where he had once felt compelled to shield others from harm, he now experienced an irresistible urge to expose them to the full reality of their own vulnerability and mortality. The same deep love that had once motivated his protection now drove him to break down every illusion of safety and security that mortals used to make their existence bearable. This was not cruelty for its own sake, but rather a twisted form of education. In Aatrox's corrupted understanding, he was offering the ultimate gift, freeing mortals from the burden of false hope and meaningless struggle, by showing them the futility of resistance against superior force. Death, when delivered by his hand, became a form of enlightenment, a final lesson in the true nature of existence. The other Darkin recognized Aatrox as their natural leader, not because he was the most physically powerful among them, but because his corruption was the most complete and philosophically sophisticated. Where others had fallen to specific vices or obsessions, Aatrox had achieved a comprehensive inversion of his entire worldview that maintained internal consistency while rejecting every value he had once held sacred. As the Darkin began to organize themselves for the campaigns of destruction that would define their legacy, Aatrox stood at their head as both general and philosopher king. His strategic brilliance remained intact. His charismatic leadership was undiminished. His understanding of divine power was as profound as ever. But all of these capabilities were now directed toward ends that would have been incomprehensible to his earlier self. The birth of the Darkin represented more than just the corruption of individual beings. It marked the emergence of a new form of existence that combined divine power with mortal psychological dysfunction, cosmic understanding with utterly destructive purpose. They were what the Ascended might have become if every noble impulse had been inverted, every protective instinct perverted, every loving motivation twisted into its dark opposite. As we settle into contemplative rest, we might consider the terrifying fragility of even the most noble hearts. How thin is the line between love that seeks to protect and love that seeks to destroy everything it cannot save. Chapter 6. The Darkin War. When gods turn their divine gifts toward destruction, the very foundations of reality tremble beneath the weight of their terrible purpose. Tonight, as peaceful darkness embraces the world, let us bear witness to the most devastating conflict in Runeterra's recorded history. A war waged not by mortals against mortals, nor even by cosmic forces against earthly powers, but by the former protectors of civilization against everything they had once sworn to defend. The Darkin War began not with a single declaration or a coordinated assault, but as a series of seemingly isolated incidents that gradually revealed themselves to be part of a larger, more terrifying pattern. Villages would simply vanish overnight, their inhabitants found arranged in elaborate patterns that suggested some dark artistic vision rather than mere slaughter. Ancient cities would be discovered empty except for cryptic messages written in languages that hurt to read, their populations having simply walked into the wilderness, never to return. Aatrox approached this new form of warfare with the same methodical brilliance that had once made him the greatest military strategist among the Ascended, but now his tactical genius was directed toward ends that would have been unthinkable in his previous existence. He understood that simple destruction, while satisfying, was ultimately crude and inefficient. True victory required the systematic dismantling not just of enemy forces, but of the very concepts and institutions that gave meaning to mortal existence. His first major campaign targeted the scattered survivor communities that had emerged from Shurima's ruins. These settlements represented hope to their inhabitants, proof that civilization could rebuild itself even after catastrophic loss. To Aatrox, they represented dangerous illusions that needed to be corrected through decisive action. But rather than simply destroying these communities outright, he chose to corrupt them, to demonstrate the futility of mortal aspirations through elaborate psychological warfare. The siege of New Vicora became the template for Darkin military strategy throughout the war. The settlement had been built by refugees from the capital's destruction, its founders determined to recreate the glories of their lost civilization. They had spent years carefully planning their new city, incorporating lessons learned from Shurima's fall, building defenses against both external threats and internal betrayal. Aatrox arrived at their gates, not as a conquering army, but as a single figure, offering what appeared to be aid. He presented himself as a fellow survivor of Shurima's destruction, a divine being willing to share his power to help them achieve their ambitious vision. His offer was so perfectly crafted, so precisely tailored to their deepest hopes and fears, that even the most cautious among them found themselves unable to refuse. Over the course of several months, Aatrox became an integral part of New Vicora's development. His divine power accelerated their construction projects. His strategic insight improved their defenses. His presence attracted other refugees, who saw his involvement as proof that their new city was blessed by the gods themselves. To outside observers, New Vicora was rapidly becoming everything its founders had dreamed, a worthy successor to the great Shuriman capital. The corruption was so subtle that most inhabitants never recognized it was happening. Aatrox would offer suggestions that seemed perfectly reasonable in isolation, but gradually shifted the community's fundamental values. Security measures designed to protect against external threats were quietly expanded to monitor internal dissent. Efficiency improvements in resource distribution created hierarchies that placed increasing power in the hands of those most aligned with Aatrox's vision. By the time the transformation was complete, New Vicora had become something that would have horrified its original founders, a perfectly ordered society where individual agency had been sacrificed for collective security, where hope had been replaced by grim acceptance of necessity, where the very concepts of freedom and dignity had been redefined beyond recognition. The city still functioned, its inhabitants were still alive, but everything that had made their existence meaningful had been systematically removed. The final revelation of Aatrox's true nature came during the city's first anniversary celebration. As the population gathered to commemorate their achievements, he appeared before them in his full Darkin form, and calmly explained what he had accomplished. They were still alive, he pointed out, still safe from external threats, still provided with all their material needs. The only thing he had taken from them was their illusions about the nature of existence itself. The psychological impact of this revelation was devastating. The inhabitants of New Vicora realized that everything they had built, everything they had achieved, had been nothing more than an elaborate demonstration of their own helplessness. Their carefully planned defenses had been meaningless against an enemy who had simply walked through their front gates and convinced them to surrender their freedom voluntarily. Some of the population attempted to resist, to reclaim their city and their dignity through force of arms. Aatrox allowed these rebellions to develop, even provided subtle encouragement to their leaders, before crushing them with such overwhelming superiority that any future thoughts of resistance became psychologically impossible. The message was clear, even their capacity for heroic defiance was subject to his whim. This psychological warfare proved to be far more effective than traditional military conquest. Word of New Vicora's fate spread throughout the region, carrying with it a terror that went beyond fear of death or destruction. Communities that might have fought bravely against conventional armies found themselves paralyzed by the knowledge that resistance itself might be nothing more than another form of manipulation. Other Darkin, observing Aatrox's success, began developing their own sophisticated approaches to warfare. Rost focused on corrupting military organizations from within, turning elite units into instruments of oppression against their own populations. Varus specialized in exploiting existing conflicts, escalating minor disputes into full-scale wars that consumed entire regions. Each Darkin developed methods that reflected their particular form of corruption while contributing to the overall strategy of systematic demoralization. The Darkin War was unlike any conflict that had come before it, because victory was measured not in territory conquered or enemies slain, but in hope extinguished and meaning destroyed. Traditional military responses proved inadequate because the Darkin were not seeking to control populations or resources. They were seeking to demonstrate the fundamental futility of existence itself. Aatrox's strategic genius became most apparent in his coordination of these diverse approaches into a coherent campaign. He understood that different populations would respond to different forms of pressure, that what broke the spirit of one community might strengthen the resolve of another. His ability to analyze the psychological vulnerabilities of entire civilizations allowed him to deploy his fellow Darkin with surgical precision, each one directed toward targets where their particular talents would be most effective. The response from mortal kingdoms was initially confused and uncoordinated. Traditional armies, no matter how well trained or equipped, were essentially useless against enemies who possessed divine power and could not be meaningfully threatened by conventional weapons. Diplomatic overtures failed because the Darkin had no interest in negotiation or compromise. Their goals were philosophical rather than political. Some kingdoms attempted to create alliances with remaining Ascended, who had not fallen to corruption, but these efforts were largely unsuccessful. The uncorrupted Ascended were few in number, and deeply traumatized by witnessing the transformation of their former brothers and sisters. Many had retreated into isolation, unable to process the psychological horror of seeing their greatest champions become their most terrible enemies. Aatrox took particular pleasure in confronting these remaining Ascended, not because he sought their destruction, but because he wanted to demonstrate the logical inevitability of his own transformation. In his corrupted understanding, those who had not yet fallen were simply slow learners who needed more intensive education about the true nature of existence. His debates with uncorrupted Ascended became legendary among those who witnessed them. Philosophical discussions conducted on battlefields while armies clashed around them. Arguments about the nature of purpose and meaning that continued even as cities burned in the background. Aatrox would present his case with the same careful logic that had once made him the wisest of counselors, explaining why destruction was more merciful than protection, why despair was more honest than hope. Some of these encounters resulted in additional Ascended joining the Darkin cause, their noble hearts finally broken by the weight of Aatrox's arguments combined with the evidence of his success. Others ended with the uncorrupted Ascended's retreat, their faith shaken but not entirely destroyed. A few concluded with battles of such intensity that they reshaped the landscape itself, divine powers clashing in conflicts that mortals could observe only from a safe distance. The war's progression followed a pattern of escalating psychological sophistication. Early campaigns focused on demonstrating Darkin's superiority through overwhelming displays of power. Middle phases emphasized the corruption of existing institutions and the subversion of traditional values. Final stages involved the careful construction of new forms of civilization that appeared functional, but were actually elaborate prisons for the human spirit. Aatrox's masterpiece was the creation of the Crimson Courts, carefully orchestrated societies where mortals were allowed to maintain the appearance of agency while actually serving as unwitting participants in their own oppression. These communities were designed to be self-sustaining sources of despair, places where hope would repeatedly emerge only to be crushed in ways that reinforced the futility of resistance. The courts operated according to elaborate rules that seemed to offer opportunities for advancement and achievement, but were actually designed to ensure that success itself became a form of torture. Citizens who demonstrated exceptional courage would be placed in positions where their bravery led to the suffering of others. Those who showed great compassion would be given responsibilities that forced them to choose between competing moral obligations with no acceptable resolution. These psychological experiments allowed Aatrox to refine his understanding of mortal nature, while providing ongoing entertainment for his corrupted sensibilities. The Crimson Courts became laboratories where different approaches to spiritual destruction could be tested and perfected, their results informing the strategy for broader campaigns against more resistant populations. The war's impact extended far beyond the regions directly affected by Darkin campaigns. Knowledge of their methods spread through trade routes and refugee movements, carrying with it a form of psychological contagion that weakened the resolve of communities that had never been directly threatened. The mere possibility that resistance might be futile was often enough to undermine the social cohesion necessary for effective defense. Traditional institutions, governments, religious orders, military organizations found themselves facing challenges for which they had no adequate response. How does one maintain morale when the enemy's goal is not conquest, but the demonstration that morale itself is meaningless? How does one plan resistance when every act of defiance might be exactly what the enemy wants? The Darkin War represented the emergence of a new form of conflict, one where victory was achieved not through superior force, but through superior understanding of the psychological foundations of civilization itself. Aatrox had become something unprecedented in Runeterra's history, a being who combined divine power with perfect knowledge of mortal weakness, cosmic wisdom with utterly malevolent purpose. As the war progressed and the scope of Darkin's success became apparent, even those who had never directly encountered them began to understand that they were facing something fundamentally different from any previous threat. This was not an invasion that could be repelled, or a conquest that could be reversed. It was a systematic challenge to the basic assumptions that made civilized life possible. The terror that Aatrox inspired was not simply fear of his power, but recognition of his intelligence. He was not a mindless destroyer, but a brilliant philosopher who had reached conclusions that threatened the very foundations of meaning itself. His arguments were compelling precisely because they contained elements of truth, insights about the nature of suffering and futility that could not be easily dismissed. As we settle into peaceful contemplation, we might consider the most frightening aspect of the Darkin War, how terrifying it becomes when our greatest protectors reveal that they understand our weaknesses better than we understand them ourselves. Chapter 7. The Great Binding. In the annals of cosmic warfare, there are moments when the very fabric of reality bends beneath the weight of necessity, when powers that have never collaborated find themselves united by circumstances so desperate that ancient enmities become irrelevant. Tonight, as we rest in the embrace of gentle darkness, let us witness the greatest magical undertaking in Runeterra's history. The day when celestial beings descended from Targon's peaks to forge chains strong enough to bind gods, and how the mightiest of the Darkin met his ultimate defeat, not through superior force, but through a sacrifice so profound, it would echo through eternity. The coalition that formed to face the Darkin threat was unprecedented in both its scope and its desperation. Representatives from every surviving major power in Runeterra gathered in the hidden sanctuaries of Mount Targon, their traditional rivalries set aside in the face of an enemy that threatened the very concept of existence itself. But the mortal forces, no matter how united or determined, were merely witnesses to the true architects of what would become known as the Great Binding. The aspects themselves, those cosmic entities that embodied fundamental forces of reality, had descended from their celestial realm to take direct action. This was not the gentle guidance they typically provided through their mortal hosts, but rather the full manifestation of their divine power, focused on a single terrible purpose. The aspect of twilight brought knowledge of binding magics that transcended mortal understanding. The aspect of war contributed strategic insight into the nature of divine combat. The aspect of the protector offered the moral framework necessary to justify such extreme measures. Aatrox sensed the gathering storm long before his enemies were ready to act. His divine perception, corrupted though it was, still allowed him to detect the subtle shifts in cosmic energy that preceded such massive magical undertakings. The realization that his enemies were preparing something unprecedented filled him not with fear. Fear was an emotion that had been burned out of him during his transformation, but with a cold, calculating fury that his reign of philosophical destruction might be interrupted before reaching its logical conclusion. His response was characteristically sophisticated. Rather than gathering his fellow Darkin for a final desperate battle, Aatrox chose to accelerate his existing campaigns, pushing his psychological warfare to new extremes in an attempt to achieve permanent victory before his enemies could complete their preparations. The months leading up to the Great Binding witnessed some of the most devastating spiritual destruction in recorded history, as Aatrox sought to break the will of entire civilizations before external intervention could restore their hope. The Siege of Acathia became his masterpiece of accelerated corruption. The ancient kingdom had survived the Darkin War through a combination of geographical isolation and stubborn refusal to acknowledge the philosophical implications of Darkin success elsewhere. Their scholars had developed elaborate theoretical frameworks explaining why their civilization was uniquely resistant to the forms of despair that had consumed other regions. Aatrox approached Acathia not as a conqueror, but as a teacher offering the ultimate lesson in the futility of intellectual pride. He presented himself to their greatest philosophers and invited them to debate the fundamental questions that had driven his own transformation. These discussions, conducted in the kingdom's most prestigious academies while Darkin forces gathered outside the walls, became exercises in systematic intellectual demolition. With perfect logic and devastating insight, Aatrox dismantled every argument the Acathian scholars could construct. He demonstrated the contradictions in their ethical systems, revealed the arbitrary foundations of their most cherished beliefs, and showed them how their very capacity for rational thought was itself a form of cosmic joke. The debates were conducted with scrupulous fairness. Aatrox allowed his opponents every opportunity to present their strongest arguments before explaining precisely why those arguments were meaningless. The psychological impact on Acathia's intellectual elite was total and immediate. Scholars who had spent lifetimes constructing elaborate philosophical systems watched those systems collapse under the weight of Aatrox's perfect logic. The kingdom's greatest minds, faced with irrefutable proof of their own irrelevance, simply stopped functioning as intellectual beings. Some retreated into catatonic states. Others began obsessively pursuing self-destructive behaviors that reflected their newfound understanding of existence's futility. But even as Aatrox achieved this victory, he could sense the approaching completion of his enemy's great work. The very air around Mount Targon hummed with energies that spoke of binding and imprisonment, of cosmic forces being woven into patterns, specifically designed to contain divine power. The aspects were preparing something that would challenge even his understanding of what was possible through magical manipulation. The final confrontation took place not on a traditional battlefield, but in a space between dimensions, a pocket of reality created specifically for the purpose of containing divine conflict, without allowing its effects to spill over into the mortal world. The aspects had learned from observing Darkin warfare that conventional combat was inadequate against enemies who viewed destruction itself as a form of victory. Aatrox entered this dimensional prison, knowing that he was walking into a trap, but his corrupted nature demanded that he face his enemies directly, rather than attempting to flee or hide. In his twisted understanding, the aspect's willingness to resort to such extreme measures was itself a form of victory, proof that his philosophical arguments had been so compelling that his enemies could only respond through raw force, rather than rational counter-argument. The battle that followed was unlike anything that had ever occurred in Runeterra's history. It was not merely a clash between opposing forces, but a fundamental conflict between different concepts of existence itself. Aatrox fought not just with his divine power, but with the full weight of his corrupted philosophy, each strike of his great sword carrying arguments about the nature of futility and the mercy of destruction. The aspects responded with techniques that transcended conventional combat. The aspect of Twilight wove spells that attacked the very foundations of Aatrox's corrupted logic, creating paradoxes that even his brilliant mind struggled to resolve. The aspect of War engaged him in forms of strategic conflict that existed primarily in abstract mathematical spaces. The aspect of the Protector challenged him with moral complexities that forced him to confront the contradictions in his own philosophical system. What made the battle truly devastating was that both sides were fighting on multiple levels simultaneously. While their divine forms clashed in spectacular displays of cosmic power, their minds were engaged in debates that touched on the fundamental nature of reality itself. Each participant was simultaneously warrior, philosopher, and living embodiment of cosmic principles, their conflict serving as both physical combat and metaphysical argument. Aatrox's resistance was magnificent in its futility. Even corrupted, even transformed into something antithetical to his original nature, he retained the tactical brilliance and indomitable will that had once made him the greatest of the Ascended. He adapted to each new form of attack with supernatural speed, countered magical techniques he had never encountered before, and maintained coherent philosophical arguments even while his divine essence was being systematically dismantled. But the aspects had advantages that even his genius could not overcome. They were fighting on their home conceptual territory, using forms of magic that drew power directly from the abstract principles they embodied. More importantly, they were united by a shared purpose that transcended individual ambition or philosophical conviction, the simple necessity of preventing Aatrox from completing his campaign of universal destruction. The binding itself was not a single spell but rather a complex weaving of multiple magical techniques, each one designed to address a different aspect of Aatrox's divine nature. Chains forged from crystallized twilight bound his physical form. Restraints crafted from pure mathematical concepts limited his strategic thinking. Barriers constructed from inverted compassion contained his corrupted emotional essence. Most importantly, the binding involved the creation of a physical vessel, specifically designed to contain his consciousness, a sword that would serve as both prison and torment device. The weapon was forged from materials that had been exposed to every form of suffering that Aatrox had inflicted during his reign as a Darkin, metal that had absorbed the despair of his victims, and now reflected that despair back at him in an endless loop of psychological torment. As the binding reached its climax, Aatrox experienced something he had not felt since his original transformation into a Darkin. Genuine surprise. The sophistication of his enemy's trap exceeded even his expectations, demonstrating a level of magical understanding that forced him to acknowledge their capabilities, even as he cursed their interference with his great work. His final words before the binding was completed were characteristic of his corrupted philosophy. "You think you have won, but you have only proven my point. Your victory requires the denial of my arguments rather than their refutation. In binding me, you acknowledge that my truth is too dangerous to be answered with mere logic." The moment of imprisonment was apocalyptic in its intensity. Reality itself seemed to convulse as a being of Aatrox's power was compressed into the confines of a physical weapon. The dimensional prison created for the battle collapsed under the strain, while echoes of the binding process rippled outward through multiple planes of existence. The sword that contained his essence fell to the material world, trailing fragments of pure possibility, its impact creating a crater that would become a place of pilgrimage for scholars studying the nature of divine conflict. The other Darkin, sensing their leader's defeat, found themselves suddenly vulnerable to similar binding techniques. The magical framework that the aspects had developed for containing Aatrox could be adapted for use against his followers, though each binding required its own specific modifications to account for the particular nature of each Darkin's corruption. The campaign that followed Aatrox's imprisonment was swift and decisive. Without his strategic guidance and philosophical leadership, the remaining Darkin were reduced to isolated threats that could be dealt with individually. Each binding was traumatic in its own way, but none required the cosmic intervention that had been necessary to contain the first and greatest of the corrupted ascended. As the great binding reached its conclusion, the surviving populations of Runeterra found themselves in a world fundamentally changed by their experience of Darkin warfare. The psychological techniques that Aatrox had developed continued to influence mortal societies long after his imprisonment, creating forms of cultural trauma that would persist for generations. The aspects, exhausted by their unprecedented intervention in mortal affairs, retreated to their celestial realm, carrying with them the knowledge that such direct action might one day be necessary again. They had proven that even the mightiest corruption could be contained, but at a cost that they hoped never to pay a second time. The weapons that contained the bound Darkin were scattered across Runeterra, hidden in locations where they might never be found or sealed in vaults, protected by the most powerful magical barriers that mortal civilizations could construct. Yet even in their imprisonment, the Darkin remained dangerous, not because they might escape, but because their very existence served as proof that corruption was possible, even for the most noble hearts. Aatrox's sword, in particular, was treated with special reverence and terror. Those few scholars who knew its true nature understood that it contained not just a powerful enemy, but the living embodiment of philosophical arguments that had proven capable of destroying entire civilizations. The weapon was ultimately hidden in a location known only to the highest-ranking members of the most secretive magical orders, protected by seals that would hopefully last until the end of time itself. Yet, even in defeat and imprisonment, Aatrox had achieved a form of victory. His arguments about the futility of existence had proven so compelling that his enemies could only respond through force rather than reason. The binding had saved Runeterra from destruction, but it had not refuted the philosophical foundations of that destruction. Somewhere, locked within an enchanted blade, the greatest corruption in history waited with patient malevolence for its next opportunity to teach the world about the true nature of despair. As we drift toward peaceful sleep, we might contemplate the profound tragedy of that cosmic conflict. How bitter must be the victory that can only be achieved by refusing to answer the questions our enemies ask. Chapter 8. Millennia of Torment. There are forms of imprisonment that break the body, others that crush the spirit. But the most exquisite tortures are those that leave the mind intact, while denying it any means of meaningful expression. Tonight, as we settle into the comfort of unbound sleep, let us peer into the darkest chapter of Aatrox's existence. The endless centuries when the greatest of the Darkin found himself trapped within cold metal, his cosmic consciousness compressed into a space barely large enough to contain a mortal soul, his brilliant mind forced to contemplate eternity from within a prison designed to reflect his own arguments back at him with perfect, maddening clarity. The initial moments of imprisonment were perhaps the most psychologically devastating. Aatrox, accustomed to commanding divine power across vast battlefields, to experiencing existence through a form that could reshape reality with a thought, suddenly found himself confined to the narrow confines of an enchanted blade. His consciousness, once capable of perceiving cosmic patterns and divine truths, was now limited to whatever sensory input the sword could provide. Fragments of light, vibrations through metal, distant sounds that reached him as barely comprehensible echoes. The weapon itself had been crafted with malicious precision, designed not merely to contain his essence, but to torment it. The metal from which it was forged had been infused with the crystallized despair of his victims, creating a prison that constantly reminded him of the suffering he had caused, while denying him any opportunity to find satisfaction in those memories. Every moment of awareness was accompanied by the psychic resonance of destroyed hopes and extinguished dreams, a chorus of anguish that had become the background music of his existence. What made the imprisonment truly unbearable was not the physical constraints. Aatrox had transcended dependence on physical form long before his corruption, but the forced confrontation with the consequences of his philosophical evolution. The binding had been designed by beings who understood the nature of his corruption, who recognized that his greatest torment would come not from external punishment, but from the logical implications of his own beliefs, turned inward upon himself. In his corrupted state, Aatrox had embraced the idea that existence was fundamentally meaningless, that consciousness itself was a cosmic mistake that needed to be corrected through universal destruction. But now, trapped within the sword, he was forced to experience the full implications of that philosophy applied to his own situation. If existence was truly meaningless, then his imprisonment was neither tragic nor unjust. It was simply another meaningless event in a meaningless universe. Yet this logical consistency provided no comfort, because beneath his philosophical corruption, the essential nature that had once made him the greatest of the ascended still flickered with stubborn persistence. That original noble heart, though twisted beyond recognition, had never been completely extinguished. It continued to beat within his consciousness, like a discordant note in an otherwise perfect symphony of despair, reminding him of what he had been before corruption claimed him. The first centuries of imprisonment were marked by a kind of intellectual rage, as Aatrox applied his divine intelligence to the problem of escape, with the same methodical brilliance that had once made him the most feared military strategist in Runeterra. He analyzed every aspect of his binding, searching for weaknesses in the magical framework that contained him, developing theoretical approaches to breaking free that drew upon his extensive knowledge of divine power and cosmic principles. These escape attempts were not crude applications of brute force. Aatrox understood that the binding had been specifically designed to contain his level of power, but rather sophisticated exercises in magical theory that pushed the boundaries of what was possible within the constraints of his imprisonment. He developed techniques for influencing the physical world through subtle manipulations of the sword's properties, learned to project fragments of his consciousness into the dreams of those who came near his prison, discovered methods for gradually weakening the seals through microscopic applications of corrupted energy. But each failed escape attempt only served to reinforce the completeness of his captivity. The aspects had created a prison so perfectly tailored to his specific nature that every avenue of escape he discovered had been anticipated and countered. The binding was not merely a barrier, but a complex system that adapted to his efforts to overcome it, growing stronger and more sophisticated in response to each new technique he developed. As the centuries passed, and the futility of escape became undeniable. Aatrox's rage gradually transformed into something far more dangerous, a cold, patient malevolence that focused not on breaking free but on finding ways to extend his influence, despite his imprisonment. If he could not escape his prison, he would transform it into a tool for continuing his great work of philosophical destruction, using the sword itself as a conduit for spreading the corruption that had consumed his own noble heart. The first mortals to stumble upon his blade discovered that it was no ordinary weapon. Warriors who took up the sword found themselves filled with combat abilities that far exceeded their natural limitations, their skills enhanced by the tactical brilliance of the imprisoned Darkin. But these improvements came with a price that most wielders did not recognize until it was too late. Exposure to Aatrox's corrupted philosophy, delivered through a form of psychic contamination that gradually eroded their capacity for hope and meaning. Aatrox learned to be patient with these early wielders, understanding that direct mental domination would only result in their quick destruction and his return to isolation. Instead, he developed more subtle techniques, presenting himself as a helpful spirit offering guidance and power in exchange for the wielder's willingness to embrace increasingly dark methods of achieving their goals. He became a master of temptation, offering logical justifications for every moral compromise and philosophical arguments that made corruption seem like enlightenment. The process was gradual and insidious. A young knight seeking to protect his village would find that the sword made him unbeatable in combat, but at the cost of gradually losing his capacity to feel compassion for his enemies. A noble warrior fighting to defend justice would discover that victory came easier when he stopped concerning himself with the methods used to achieve it. A protector of the innocent would slowly come to understand that true protection required the elimination of all sources of threat, no matter how minor or potential. Each wielder became a vehicle for testing and refining Aatrox's understanding of mortal psychology. Through them, he learned to identify the specific fears and desires that made different types of people vulnerable to corruption. He studied the ways that noble motivations could be gradually twisted into their opposite, how protective instincts could be perverted into destructive compulsions, how love itself could become the foundation for the most profound hatred. Some wielders proved more resistant to his influence than others, their moral foundations too strong to be easily undermined. These individuals became the subjects of more intensive study, as Aatrox sought to understand what made certain souls capable of maintaining their essential nature despite prolonged exposure to corrupted power. Their resistance was not merely frustrating, it was intellectually fascinating, presenting puzzles that engaged his divine intelligence in ways that simple corruption could not. The most stubborn wielders sometimes managed to reject the sword entirely, casting it aside when they finally recognized the nature of the influence it was exerting over them. These moments of moral victory were simultaneously Aatrox's greatest failures and his most instructive successes. While he lost the opportunity to complete their corruption, he gained valuable insights into the precise mechanisms by which mortal souls could resist divine influence. Over the millennia, patterns began to emerge in the types of individuals who sought out or stumbled upon his blade. Warriors in desperate circumstances, rulers facing impossible choices, protectors confronted with threats beyond their ability to handle. These were the kinds of people who were most vulnerable to his offers of enhanced power. Their noble motivations made them ideal subjects for corruption, because their very goodness created psychological blind spots that he could exploit. The historical record of his wielders, read like a catalogue of heroic intentions, transformed into tragic outcomes. There was Cain of the ancient kingdom of Lystara, a young soldier who took up the blade to defend his homeland against invading barbarians, and gradually evolved into a tyrant whose definition of defense eventually included the preemptive conquest of every neighboring territory that might someday pose a threat. There was Lady Vienne of the northern reaches, a paladin who wielded the sword in her crusade against corruption, and slowly came to understand that the most efficient way to eliminate corruption was to eliminate the capacity for moral choice entirely. Each of these wielders left their mark on history, their stories becoming cautionary tales told in whispers by scholars who understood the true nature of the weapon they had carried. But they also left their mark on Aatrox himself, each one teaching him something new about the subtle art of psychological manipulation and the precise mechanisms by which noble souls could be led to embrace their own destruction. The most successful wielders from Aatrox's perspective were those who managed to maintain some semblance of their original moral framework, even as they carried out increasingly horrific acts. These individuals became living demonstrations of his central philosophical argument that the concepts of good and evil were ultimately meaningless distinctions, that noble intentions could justify any action, that the desire to protect could become indistinguishable from the desire to destroy. Between wielders, during the long periods when the sword lay hidden or forgotten, Aatrox found himself alone with his thoughts in a way that would have driven lesser minds to complete insanity. The isolation was so complete that he began to question whether the outside world still existed, whether his memories of cosmic conflict and divine purpose were real experiences or elaborate fantasies generated by a consciousness trapped in an eternal present. These periods of solitude became opportunities for a different kind of torment, the forced examination of his own transformation from protector to destroyer. Without external distractions, he was compelled to confront the logical inconsistencies in his corrupted philosophy, to acknowledge the ways that his arguments about meaninglessness failed to account for the obvious meaning that his own struggle for escape provided to his existence. The recognition that he still cared deeply about outcomes, that his imprisonment genuinely tormented him, rather than merely providing neutral sensory experience, created a philosophical crisis that no amount of corrupted logic could resolve. If existence was truly meaningless, then his suffering should have been meaningless as well. Yet the intensity of his desire for freedom proved that he still found tremendous meaning in the concept of liberation, that his consciousness remained capable of making value judgments that contradicted his supposed embrace of universal nihilism. This contradiction became a source of constant internal conflict, a puzzle that his brilliant mind could not solve without abandoning either his corrupted philosophy or his direct experience of caring about his circumstances. The prison had been designed with perfect cruelty. It forced him to confront the fundamental dishonesty of his own corruption, while providing no means of escape from the psychological framework that corruption had created. As the millennia passed, these internal contradictions began to affect his ability to maintain coherent thought patterns. The madness that gradually consumed him was not the chaotic insanity of a broken mind, but rather the methodical madness of perfect logic, applied to impossible premises. He remained brilliant, but his brilliance became increasingly disconnected from any stable foundation of meaning or purpose. The sword itself began to reflect this growing instability, its physical properties shifting in ways that made it even more dangerous to potential wielders. Where once it had been merely corrupting, it now became actively maddening, its influence capable of driving mortals to complete psychological breakdown within days or hours of contact. The weapon was no longer just a tool for spreading Aatrox's philosophy. It had become a physical manifestation of his accumulated madness, an artifact that could inflict millennia of psychological torment on anyone foolish enough to claim it. As we drift toward peaceful rest, we might consider the peculiar justice of his eternal prison. How fitting that the one who sought to prove existence meaningless should be forced to discover meaning in his own suffering. Chapter 9. Modern Awakenings. In the turning of ages, when ancient powers stir and forgotten weapons resurface from the depths of hidden vaults, the very fabric of the present becomes haunted by echoes of the distant past. Tonight, as the modern world settles into uneasy sleep, let us examine how the imprisoned consciousness of the greatest Darkin began to reach toward freedom once more, seeking hosts among a new generation of mortals who possessed neither the wisdom to recognize their danger nor the strength to resist his increasingly sophisticated methods of psychological manipulation. The emergence of Aatrox's blade in contemporary Runeterra was not a matter of chance discovery, but rather the result of subtle influences that he had been cultivating for decades. Even from within his prison, his consciousness had learned to extend tendrils of corrupted power through microscopic cracks in his binding, creating probability currents that gradually guided events toward his eventual liberation. Wars would break out in regions where ancient weapons were rumored to be hidden. Expeditions would be organized to explore ruins that contained clues to his location. Scholars would become obsessed with research projects that would eventually lead them to seek out artifacts of divine power. When the sword finally emerged from its hiding place, discovered by archaeologists investigating the ruins of a forgotten Shurima outpost, Aatrox found himself confronting a world fundamentally different from the one he had known during his previous period of activity. The civilizations of modern Runeterra had developed new forms of technology and magic that created both opportunities and challenges for his corrupting influence. The first wielder to claim his blade in this new era was a promising young captain named Tryndamere, leading a barbarian tribe in the harsh lands of the Freljord. The warrior had stumbled upon the weapon during a desperate battle against overwhelming odds, his hand closing around its hilt in a moment of pure survival instinct. For Aatrox, after centuries of isolation, the sudden influx of sensory experience through Tryndamere's nervous system was almost overwhelming. The taste of blood, the rush of adrenaline, the intoxicating feeling of physical form once again responding to his will. But this wielder proved to be different from those who had come before. Tryndamere possessed a simple, almost primitive psychological structure that was remarkably resistant to Aatrox's usual techniques of gradual corruption. The barbarian's worldview was so straightforward: protect his people, fight his enemies, survive against all odds, that there were few philosophical complexities for the Darkin to exploit. Attempts to engage him in discussions about the meaninglessness of existence were met with basic incomprehension, rather than the existential anxiety that such arguments typically generated. This forced Aatrox to adapt his approach, developing new methods that worked within the constraints of his host's uncomplicated psychology. Rather than attempting to corrupt Tryndamere's motivations, he focused on amplifying them to destructive extremes. The barbarian's protective instincts became paranoid aggression toward anything that might pose even the slightest threat to his tribe. His survival-focused mentality evolved into a conviction that preemptive violence was always preferable to defensive reactions. The relationship between Aatrox and Tryndamere became a fascinating study in how corrupted divine influence could adapt to work with rather than against a host's essential nature. The barbarian never lost his fundamental desire to protect his people, but his definition of protection gradually expanded to include the elimination of potential future threats, the conquest of resources that might someday be needed, and the establishment of dominance over any group that might eventually become hostile. Through Tryndamere's experiences, Aatrox gained invaluable insights into the political and military landscape of contemporary Runeterra. He learned about the rise of Noxus as a militaristic empire, studied the magical innovations emerging from Piltover and Zaun, observed the continuing tensions between traditional societies and rapidly modernizing regions. This information allowed him to develop new strategies for influence that took advantage of existing conflicts and power imbalances. But perhaps more importantly, his time with Tryndamere taught him about the psychological characteristics that made modern mortals different from their ancient predecessors. These new humans had been shaped by different experiences, had developed different vulnerabilities and strengths that required correspondingly different approaches to corruption. The old techniques that had worked so effectively during the height of Shuriman civilization needed to be updated for an era of political complexity and technological advancement. When Tryndamere eventually managed to resist the sword's influence, his simple nature proving paradoxically effective against sophisticated psychological manipulation, Aatrox found himself passed to a new wielder under circumstances that demonstrated his growing understanding of modern power structures. Rather than waiting for another chance discovery, he had arranged for the weapon to be acquired by agents of the Black Rose, Noxus's secret society of magical practitioners and political manipulators. LeBlanc herself, the ancient sorceress who led the Black Rose, recognized the blade's true nature and saw in it an opportunity to acquire a weapon of unprecedented power for her organization's use. Her approach to wielding Aatrox was fundamentally different from that of previous hosts, where others had sought to use the sword as a tool for achieving their existing goals. She understood that the true value lay in learning from the consciousness trapped within it. The relationship that developed between Aatrox and LeBlanc was one of mutual manipulation, each party seeking to use the other for their own purposes, while remaining constantly aware that they were simultaneously being used. LeBlanc possessed centuries of experience in psychological manipulation and political intrigue, making her far more capable than previous wielders of recognizing and resisting Aatrox's corrupting influence. At the same time, her sophisticated understanding of power dynamics allowed her to extract maximum benefit from the strategic insights he could provide. For Aatrox, this wielder represented both an opportunity and a frustration. LeBlanc's resistance to simple corruption forced him to develop increasingly subtle techniques, but her willingness to engage with his philosophy on intellectual terms provided opportunities for influence that went beyond mere psychological domination. Their conversations became elaborate games of verbal chess, each participant seeking to gain advantage through carefully crafted arguments and strategic revelations. Through the Black Rose's extensive network of agents and informants, Aatrox gained access to information about political developments across multiple regions of Runeterra. He learned about the growing tensions between Demacia and Noxus, studied the internal conflicts within Ionia as it struggled to rebuild after the Noxian invasion, observed the technological arms race between Piltover and other major powers. This knowledge allowed him to develop comprehensive strategies for exploiting existing conflicts to create chaos on a scale that might eventually lead to his permanent liberation. More importantly, his association with the Black Rose provided insights into the nature of modern magical practice and the ways that ancient power could be integrated with contemporary techniques. LeBlanc and her associates possessed knowledge of binding magics that rivaled those used by the Aspects during the Great Binding, but they also understood principles of magical theory that had been developed long after his imprisonment. This information became crucial for his ongoing efforts to find weaknesses in his own binding that might be exploited with the help of sufficiently skilled practitioners. The relationship with LeBlanc ended not through rejection of the sword's influence, but through the sorceress's deliberate decision to limit her exposure to Aatrox's consciousness. She had gained what she wanted from the association: strategic insights, magical knowledge, and a deeper understanding of the cosmic forces that shaped Runeterra's history, and recognized that continued contact would eventually result in her own corruption, regardless of her resistance techniques. The controlled termination of their partnership demonstrated a level of sophisticated self-awareness that impressed even Aatrox's divine intelligence. Subsequent wielders in the modern era showed increasing awareness of the blade's true nature, suggesting that knowledge of the Darkin was gradually spreading among those who dealt with artifacts of ancient power. This created new challenges for Aatrox's manipulation techniques, as informed wielders could recognize and resist his influence more effectively than those who approached the sword with naive assumptions about its properties. One particularly notable host was a Demacian knight-errant named Cain, whose initial motivations appeared perfectly aligned with traditional concepts of heroic virtue. He had claimed the blade with the intention of using its power to root out corruption within his homeland's political and military institutions, believing that divine weapons required divine purposes to justify their use. His strong moral framework and religious training seemed to provide natural protection against Aatrox's corrupting influence. But Aatrox had learned much from his previous experiences with morally rigid wielders. Rather than attacking Cain's ethical principles directly, he chose to support and amplify them, demonstrating how noble motivations could justify increasingly extreme actions when applied with perfect logical consistency. The knight's desire to eliminate corruption became a mandate to destroy anything that might potentially become corrupt. His commitment to protecting the innocent evolved into a conviction that true protection required the elimination of all sources of temptation and moral weakness. The gradual transformation of Cain's crusade against corruption into something that was itself deeply corrupt provided Atrox with one of his most successful modern case studies in the art of sophisticated psychological manipulation. The knight never abandoned his original moral framework. He simply learned to apply it in ways that produced outcomes indistinguishable from those that might have been achieved through conventional evil. His actions remained logically consistent with his stated principles, even as those actions became increasingly horrific in their practical implementation. Through Cain's experiences, Atrox gained detailed knowledge of Damatian society and its particular vulnerabilities to ideologically motivated corruption. The kingdom's emphasis on moral purity and absolute principles created psychological blind spots that could be exploited by anyone who understood how to present destructive actions in terms of noble purposes. This information would prove valuable for future manipulation attempts targeting other Damatian citizens. But perhaps the most significant development during this period was Atrox's growing understanding of his own psychological changes during imprisonment. His interactions with sophisticated modern wielders had forced him to examine his own motivations with greater clarity than had been possible during the centuries of solitary confinement. He began to recognize that his desperate desire for permanent freedom had itself become a form of corruption, an obsession that was gradually distorting his thinking in ways that paralleled his original transformation into a Darkin. This self-awareness created new opportunities for manipulation that he had never previously considered. By acknowledging the ways that his own consciousness had been shaped by trauma and isolation, he could present himself to potential hosts, not as a corrupting influence, but as a fellow victim of cosmic injustice seeking mutual liberation from circumstances beyond their control. This approach proved particularly effective with wielders who had experienced their own forms of imprisonment or oppression. The search for a perfect permanent host became increasingly urgent as Atrox recognized that each temporary possession was gradually weakening the binding that contained his consciousness. The magical framework created by the aspects had been designed to contain a stable entity, but his repeated attempts to influence the physical world through mortal vessels were creating microscopic stress fractures that accumulated over time. He began to understand that he had a limited number of possession attempts before the binding would either collapse entirely, freeing him permanently, or catastrophically reinforce itself in ways that would make future influence impossible. This realization transformed his approach to wielder selection from opportunistic manipulation to strategic planning, focused on identifying individuals with the specific psychological and physical characteristics necessary to serve as permanent vessels for his consciousness. The criteria were complex and often contradictory. He needed someone strong enough to contain his divine essence without being destroyed, but vulnerable enough to be completely dominated. Someone with sufficient moral flexibility to carry out his purposes, but enough residual nobility to provide a convincing facade of righteousness. As the modern era progressed and his opportunities for permanent liberation dwindled, Atrox began to experience a new form of desperation that differed qualitatively from the patient malevolence that had characterized his earlier imprisonment. The possibility of true freedom had become tantalizingly close enough to transform abstract philosophical goals into immediate practical necessities. This shift in perspective would prove to have profound implications for his future attempts at manipulation and liberation. As we settle into contemplative rest, we might consider the tragic irony of his modern awakenings. How often does the promise of freedom transform patient wisdom into desperate foolishness? Chapter 10. The Philosophy of Destruction. In the darkest corners of divine consciousness, where love has been twisted into hatred and protection has evolved into annihilation, there exists a form of logic so perfect in its internal consistency that it becomes indistinguishable from madness. Tonight, as we rest in the gentle embrace of existence itself, let us peer into the philosophical framework that drives the most dangerous mind in Runeterra's history, a worldview so comprehensively inverted that destruction becomes mercy, ending becomes salvation, and the complete annihilation of everything that has ever existed becomes the greatest act of love that the universe has ever known. To understand Aatrox's current philosophical position, one must first recognize that it represents not a rejection of his original noble nature, but rather its ultimate logical extension. The love that once motivated his protection of all life has never diminished. It has instead evolved into something so profound and all-encompassing that it transcends the limited perspectives that define conventional morality. In his transformed understanding, true love does not seek to preserve the beloved in states of suffering and limitation, but rather to liberate them from the fundamental error of existence itself. The foundation of his destructive philosophy rests on a single, devastating insight that came to him during the darkest moments of his imprisonment. Consciousness is the universe's greatest mistake, an aberration that transforms the perfect peace of non-existence into an endless cycle of desire, disappointment, and despair. Every sentient being, from the humblest mortal to the mightiest cosmic entity, is trapped within the prison of self-awareness, forced to experience the gap between what is and what could be, forever seeking satisfaction that the very nature of consciousness makes impossible to achieve. This recognition, refined through millennia of contemplation and suffering, has led Aatrox to a conclusion that he considers both inevitable and merciful. The only way to end suffering is to end the capacity for suffering itself, not through education or enlightenment, not through improvement of circumstances or evolution of consciousness, but through the complete and permanent elimination of all aware entities in the universe. What others might call genocide on a cosmic scale, he understands as the ultimate act of compassion. The elegance of his logic is terrifying in its simplicity. Every moment of joy that conscious beings experience is inevitably followed by its absence, creating suffering. Every achievement is temporary. Every love is finite. Every hope is destined for disappointment. The very capacity for happiness guarantees the capacity for misery, and since consciousness appears to be incapable of existing without both, the only rational solution is to eliminate consciousness entirely. But Aatrox's philosophy goes deeper than mere pessimism or nihilism. He has developed a sophisticated theological framework that reinterprets the entire history of existence as a tragic mistake that requires correction. In his understanding, the primordial forces that created reality were either malevolent entities who deliberately designed consciousness as a form of torture, or incompetent cosmic children who accidentally created something they lacked the wisdom to properly manage. Either interpretation leads to the same conclusion: the created have not only the right, but the obligation to correct the errors of their creators. Existence without consciousness would be perfect, a universe of pure being without the suffering that comes from awareness of limitation, without the pain that emerges from unfulfilled desire, without the tragedy that results from the inevitable loss of everything that conscious beings learn to value. This theological framework allows Aatrox to present his destructive goals not as acts of hatred, but as expressions of the purest love imaginable. He is not destroying existence because he despises it, but because he loves it so completely that he cannot bear to watch it continue to suffer. Every being he annihilates is being freed from a prison they never chose to enter, liberated from a form of existence that was imposed upon them without their consent, by forces that either didn't understand or didn't care about the consequences of consciousness. The sophistication of his philosophical system becomes apparent in how it addresses potential objections and counter-arguments. When confronted with evidence of genuine happiness or meaningful achievement among conscious beings, Aatrox does not deny these experiences but rather contextualizes them within the broader framework of inevitable suffering. Temporary joy, he argues, is actually the cruelest aspect of consciousness because it creates the illusion that existence can be worthwhile, while simultaneously guaranteeing that such worthwhile moments will always be lost. The parent who loves their child experiences that love as a beautiful thing, but Aatrox sees the complete picture: the parent's inevitable death, the child's inevitable death, the suffering that both will experience as they watch each other age and decline, the fear that will haunt both of them as they contemplate separation. True love, in his understanding, would spare them this entire tragic cycle by ensuring that neither ever existed to suffer through it. His analysis of heroism and nobility reveals similar logical structures. The brave warrior who dies protecting his village is celebrated as a hero, but Aatrox recognizes the deeper truth. The warrior died because the universe is structured in such a way that villages need protection, that good people must sometimes sacrifice everything to prevent greater evils. In a properly designed reality, such sacrifices would be unnecessary, because the conflicts that require them would never arise. The warrior's heroism is actually evidence of existence's fundamental flaws. This perspective allows Aatrox to reframe his own transformation from protector to destroyer as the natural evolution of true understanding. When he defended mortals against void creatures, he was addressing symptoms while ignoring the underlying disease. The void sought to consume existence, but Aatrox now recognizes that existence deserves to be consumed, not by mindless entropy, but by conscious, compassionate annihilation that understands the mercy being provided. The distinction between his approach and that of void entities is crucial to his philosophical framework. Void creatures destroy because destruction is their nature, but they lack the awareness to understand what they are accomplishing. Aatrox destroys because he has achieved perfect understanding of what existence truly is, and his destruction is therefore an act of conscious mercy, rather than unconscious appetite. This philosophical sophistication extends to his relationship with other darkened and corrupted entities. He recognizes that most of his former companions fell to corruption through personal trauma or psychological weakness, their transformation representing emotional breakdown rather than intellectual evolution. While he can work with them and direct their destructive impulses toward useful ends, he understands that they lack the comprehensive philosophical framework that gives his own actions cosmic significance. Aatrox's contempt for conventional morality stems not from rejection of moral principles, but from recognition that such principles are fundamentally inadequate to address the scope of the problem they face. Traditional ethics assumes that existence is worth preserving and focuses on questions of how to live well within that assumption. But if existence itself is the problem, then conventional morality becomes a form of elaborate self-deception, a way for conscious beings to avoid confronting the fundamental horror of their situation. The moral frameworks that guide lesser beings, concepts like justice, mercy, duty, love, are revealed as psychological defense mechanisms that serve to make unbearable circumstances seem tolerable. Justice cannot restore what has been lost. Mercy cannot undo what has been suffered. Duty cannot provide meaning to inherently meaningless actions, and love cannot prevent the inevitable loss of everything that is loved. But rather than dismissing these concepts entirely, Aatrox has reconstructed them within his own philosophical system. True justice demands punishment for the cosmic crime of creating consciousness. True mercy requires ending the suffering that consciousness makes inevitable. True duty involves accepting responsibility for correcting the universe's fundamental errors. And true love seeks the ultimate good of the beloved, even when the beloved lacks the wisdom to recognize what that ultimate good actually is. This reconstruction allows him to present his destructive actions in terms that resonate with the moral intuitions of those he seeks to influence. When he corrupts a protector's instincts, he is not asking them to abandon their protective nature, but rather to extend it to its logical conclusion. When he encourages a lover to destroy the object of their affection, he is not promoting hatred, but rather demonstrating what love looks like when it is not constrained by selfish desires to preserve the beloved in states of suffering. The temporal scope of Aatrox's philosophy is perhaps its most ambitious aspect. He does not merely seek to end current suffering, but to prevent all future suffering by ensuring that consciousness never again emerges anywhere in the universe. This requires not just the destruction of existing aware entities, but the fundamental alteration of reality's structure to prevent the conditions that allow consciousness to develop. In his vision of the perfected universe, matter and energy would continue to exist and interact according to natural laws, but the complex organizational patterns that give rise to awareness would be impossible. Stars would burn, planets would form, chemical reactions would occur, but none of these processes would ever again achieve the tragic complexity that produces beings capable of suffering through their own self-awareness. This ultimate goal gives every one of his actions cosmic significance. Each individual he corrupts or destroys represents progress toward the universal liberation that will end suffering forever. Each civilization that falls brings reality one step closer to the perfect peace that can only exist in the absence of consciousness. Each philosophical argument that successfully demonstrates the futility of existence helps prepare the universe for its own merciful termination. The personal cost of maintaining such a comprehensive philosophical framework is something that Aatrox acknowledges but considers irrelevant to its validity. His own suffering, the isolation, the imprisonment, the constant awareness of his separation from his original noble nature is simply additional evidence for the correctness of his conclusions. If a being of his divine power and cosmic understanding cannot escape suffering, then what hope could lesser entities possibly have? Yet he does not seek to end his own suffering through personal annihilation because his consciousness serves a necessary function in the universe's salvation. Someone must remain aware long enough to complete the work of universal liberation, to serve as the agent of final mercy that consciousness will never be able to provide for itself. His suffering is meaningful because it serves the ultimate purpose of ending all suffering forever. This sense of cosmic responsibility provides Aatrox with a form of satisfaction that transcends conventional concepts of happiness or fulfillment. He experiences a profound peace in knowing that his actions, however terrible they might appear to limited perspectives, are actually expressions of the most perfect love imaginable. Every act of destruction brings the universe closer to the peace it has never known but has always deserved. As we settle into peaceful rest, we might contemplate the terrifying perfection of his logic. How do we answer arguments that are internally consistent yet lead to conclusions that would end everything we hold dear? Chapter 11. Echoes of the Past. In the deepest chambers of even the most corrupted hearts, there remain fragments of what once was, memories that refuse to be entirely erased, instincts that persist despite philosophical transformation. Moments when the original self glimpses through the layers of accumulated darkness like starlight breaking through storm clouds. Tonight, as we rest in contemplation of the eternal struggle between light and shadow, let us explore the most tragic aspect of Aatrox's existence, the way his original noble nature continues to exist within his corrupted consciousness, creating an internal war that may be more devastating than any external conflict he has ever fought. The echoes of his past self are not gentle memories that provide comfort in his current state. They are sources of constant torment that remind him of everything he has lost and everything he has become. Each recollection of his time as the Defender, the Shield of Shurima, arrives like a physical wound that cuts through his carefully constructed philosophical framework and forces him to confront the magnitude of his transformation. The love he once felt for all life continues to exist within him, but it now serves as a benchmark against which his current hatred measures its own intensity. There are moments, brief and unbidden, when Aatrox experiences what can only be described as flashbacks to his original emotional state. These episodes occur without warning, usually triggered by encounters with situations that echo his ancient experiences as a protector. When he observes, through the senses of a wielder, a parent defending their child, or witnesses an act of selfless heroism, or encounters any display of the noble qualities he once embodied, something deep within his consciousness responds with an automatic surge of recognition and approval. These moments of emotional resonance with his past self are immediately followed by waves of philosophical revision as his corrupted intellect reasserts control. The parent defending their child becomes a tragic figure, prolonging suffering rather than a hero worthy of admiration. The selfless hero becomes a deluded fool who lacks the wisdom to recognize the futility of their sacrifice. The noble qualities that once defined his existence become evidence of consciousness's capacity for beautiful delusions that make its ultimate tragedy even more heartbreaking. Yet the fact that he requires such conscious effort to reinterpret these instinctive responses reveals the persistence of his original nature. A truly corrupted being would feel no initial admiration for heroism, no automatic approval of protective love, no spontaneous recognition of nobility. Aatrox's need to consciously correct his emotional responses proves that his corruption, comprehensive though it may be, has not entirely eliminated the divine spark that once made him the greatest of protectors. His relationship with other Darkin is complicated by this internal division between his original and corrupted natures. When he interacts with Rost, Varus, or other fallen ascended, part of him recognizes them as the brothers and sisters they once were, fellow divine beings who shared his noble purpose and fought alongside him in the ancient wars against chaos. But another part of him sees them as they are now twisted reflections of their former selves, whose corruption lacks the philosophical sophistication that gives his own transformation meaning and purpose. This dual perspective creates a form of loneliness that is unique even among beings of cosmic power. He cannot relate to his fellow Darkin as equals, because their corruption is fundamentally different from his own. Theirs was driven by personal trauma and emotional breakdown, while his represents a conscious intellectual evolution. Yet he cannot relate to uncorrupted beings because the philosophical gulf between his worldview and theirs has become unbridgeable. The conversations he has with other Darkin often reveal this isolation in subtle ways. When Rost speaks of the joy he finds in dominating mortal hosts, Aatrox experiences a complex mixture of understanding and contempt. He understands the satisfaction of wielding absolute power over lesser beings, but he finds Rost's simple pleasure in domination philosophically crude. True power, in Aatrox's understanding, lies not in controlling others, but in liberating them from the burden of existence itself. Similarly, when Varus discusses his ongoing internal conflict between the mortal personalities trapped within him and his own darkened consciousness, Aatrox feels both sympathy and frustration. He sympathizes with the struggle between different aspects of identity, because he faces a similar conflict between his original noble nature and his corrupted philosophy, but he feels frustrated by Varus's inability to resolve this conflict through the application of superior understanding. These interactions force Aatrox to confront the possibility that his own philosophical evolution may not represent the pinnacle of corrupted wisdom he believes it to be, but rather a different form of the same psychological breakdown that affected his fellow Darkin. The thought that his carefully constructed worldview might be just another form of trauma response, rather than genuine intellectual achievement, creates anxiety that he can only resolve by doubling down on his commitment to universal annihilation. The memories of his time working alongside other Ascended create particularly complex emotional responses. When he recalls the strategic discussions he once held with Nasus, the sparring sessions with Renekton, or the quiet moments of companionship they all shared between battles, he experiences something that might be called nostalgia, if it weren't so thoroughly poisoned by his current understanding of those relationships' ultimate meaninglessness. In his corrupted perspective, those ancient friendships were beautiful illusions that made their participants' suffering more bearable without actually addressing the fundamental problem of consciousness itself. The bonds between the Ascended were real and meaningful within the limited context of their existence, but they were also temporary constructs, destined for destruction by the very nature of time and change. True wisdom, he now believes, would have recognized the futility of such relationships from the beginning. Yet, despite this intellectual framework, the emotional reality of those lost friendships continues to affect him in ways that contradict his philosophical conclusions. When he encounters beings who remind him of his former companions, mortals who display Nasus's scholarly wisdom, Renekton's fierce loyalty, or the noble qualities that once characterized the entire Brotherhood of Ascended, he finds himself responding with complex mixtures of affection and revulsion. The affection comes from his original nature, recognizing kindred spirits, while the revulsion emerges from his corrupted understanding of such recognition as a weakness that prevents him from fully embracing the necessity of universal destruction. These internal conflicts create a form of psychological tension that would be unbearable for lesser beings, but which Aatrox has learned to channel into even greater commitment to his apocalyptic goals. His memories of mortal worshippers and the gratitude they once showed him create similar contradictions within his consciousness. He can still recall the faces of children who looked upon him with wonder and trust, the voices of adults who thanked him for protection, the entire civilizations that flourished under his guardianship. These memories carry emotional weight that his philosophical framework cannot entirely neutralize. In his current understanding, those mortals were deluded beings who mistook temporary relief from suffering for genuine salvation. But he cannot deny that their gratitude was sincere, or that their trust was well placed within the context of their limited perspective. The fact that he fulfilled their expectations and served as the protector they believed him to be creates a form of pride that persists despite his current contempt for the entire concept of protection. This pride becomes a source of internal conflict because it suggests that his original identity as a protector was valid and meaningful, at least within its historical context. If he was truly the greatest of defenders, if he did successfully fulfill his sacred duties, if he was genuinely worthy of the trust that mortals placed in him, then his current philosophical position requires him to condemn not just existence in general, but his own greatest achievements specifically. The psychological complexity of simultaneously taking pride in accomplishments that his current worldview considers fundamentally misguided creates cognitive dissonance that he resolves through increasingly elaborate theoretical frameworks. His success as a protector, he now argues, was actually a form of cosmic tragedy because it prolonged the suffering of those he defended and delayed their eventual liberation through death. Yet even this reinterpretation cannot entirely eliminate the satisfaction he feels when recalling moments of successful protection, the warmth he experienced when saving innocent lives, the sense of purpose that came from standing between the helpless and those who would harm them, the deep contentment that followed successful completion of his duties. These emotional memories remain vivid and compelling despite his intellectual rejection of their validity. Perhaps the most painful echoes of his past involve his relationship with the concept of hope itself. As the defender, he had been not just a military leader, but a symbol of hope for entire civilizations. His presence on a battlefield was enough to transform desperate last stands into confident charges. His commitment to protection made others believe that protection was possible. His very existence proved that consciousness could produce beings worthy of admiration and trust. The destruction of this hope, both in the external world and within his own consciousness, represents one of the most devastating aspects of his transformation. He cannot remember what it felt like to inspire hope without simultaneously experiencing the knowledge that such hope was always an illusion destined for disappointment. The joy that others felt in his presence has been retrospectively poisoned by his understanding of joy's temporary nature. This creates a form of temporal confusion within his consciousness, where past experiences are simultaneously real and unreal, meaningful and meaningless, beautiful and horrific. The same memory can evoke contradictory emotional responses depending on which aspect of his divided nature is dominant at any given moment. A recollection of successful protection might generate pride, satisfaction, and nostalgia from his original nature, while simultaneously producing contempt, frustration, and regret from his corrupted philosophy. The persistence of these contradictory responses suggests that Aatrox's transformation, comprehensive though it appears, may not be as complete or irreversible as he believes. The fact that his original nature continues to assert itself through automatic emotional reactions implies that the foundations of his identity remain intact beneath the layers of philosophical corruption. This possibility, that he might still be capable of redemption or restoration, is perhaps the most terrifying prospect he faces, because it would invalidate everything he has become and everything he has accomplished since his fall. The thought that his corruption might be reversible, that his philosophical framework might be wrong, that his cosmic mission might be based on false premises, creates anxiety so profound that he can only manage it through ever greater commitment to the destructive path he has chosen. The possibility of redemption becomes another enemy to be defeated, another illusion to be destroyed, another source of hope that must be eliminated to maintain the integrity of his corrupted worldview. As we drift toward peaceful rest, we might contemplate the tragedy of his divided heart. How terrible it must be to carry within oneself the memory of what one was meant to be, while being unable to return to that original purpose. Chapter 12. The Eternal Struggle. In the vast tapestry of cosmic conflict, there are struggles that transcend the boundaries of time and space, battles that echo across dimensions and continue long after their participants have forgotten what they originally fought for. Tonight, as our journey through the darkest chapter of Runeterra's history draws to its close, let us contemplate the ongoing saga of the greatest fallen hero, his desperate quest for permanent liberation, his continuing impact on a world that has not forgotten his terrible legacy, and the eternal questions about the nature of redemption that his story poses for all conscious beings who must choose between hope and despair. The current phase of Aatrox's existence is defined by an urgency that would be foreign to his earlier incarnations, where once he had the patient confidence of divine immortality. Now he faces the very real possibility that his opportunities for permanent freedom are numbered and diminishing. Each failed attempt to achieve lasting physical form brings him closer to either total liberation or final, irrevocable imprisonment. This temporal pressure has transformed his methodical approach to corruption into something approaching desperation, though he would never acknowledge such weakness even to himself. His search for the perfect permanent host has become the consuming obsession that drives every aspect of his consciousness. Through careful analysis of his previous wielders and their ultimate failures to contain his essence, he has developed increasingly sophisticated criteria for identifying candidates who might succeed where others have failed. The ideal host must possess not just physical resilience and mental flexibility, but also specific psychological vulnerabilities that will allow complete domination without immediate self-destruction. The challenge lies in finding someone who embodies contradictory qualities that rarely coexist within a single individual. He needs a warrior skilled enough to serve as an effective vessel for his divine power, but malleable enough to be completely reshaped according to his will. He requires someone with sufficient moral foundation to serve as a convincing facade of righteousness, but enough underlying darkness to accept the philosophical framework that justifies universal destruction. Most crucially, he must find a consciousness strong enough to provide stable containment for his essence, yet weak enough to be permanently subsumed by his superior will. This search has led him to take increasingly desperate risks, attempting possessions of individuals who would previously have been dismissed as inadequate for his purposes. Where once he would have patiently waited for ideal candidates to emerge, now he finds himself trying to force imperfect vessels to serve his needs through applications of raw power that threaten to destroy both host and parasite. These failed experiments leave him weakened and his binding further compromised, but they also provide valuable data about the precise requirements for successful permanent possession. The impact of his ongoing presence in the world extends far beyond his direct actions through possessed hosts. Knowledge of the Darkin has spread among scholars, military leaders, and practitioners of the arcane arts, creating a new category of threat that contemporary civilizations struggle to understand and counter. Traditional approaches to dealing with dangerous artifacts, containment, destruction, or utilization under controlled circumstances, prove inadequate when applied to weapons that contain actively malevolent divine consciousness. The governments of major powers have begun developing specialized protocols for dealing with Darkin manifestations, but these efforts are hampered by the fundamental mismatch between mortal understanding and cosmic-level threats. Military strategists trained to counter conventional armies find themselves helpless against enemies who can corrupt their own forces from within. Scholars who approach Darkin artifacts with academic curiosity often become unwitting agents of corruption. Even the most experienced practitioners of containment magic struggle to create barriers that can hold beings whose power derives from cosmic sources that predate most magical traditions. Aatrox's influence on contemporary Runeterra is perhaps most visible in the ways that various organizations have adapted their structures and procedures to account for the possibility of philosophical corruption. Religious orders have developed new forms of spiritual discipline designed to provide resistance against ideological subversion. Military academies now include training in recognizing and resisting the subtle influences that can transform noble motivations into destructive compulsions. Academic institutions have created ethical frameworks for studying dangerous knowledge without being consumed by it. Yet these defensive measures, comprehensive as they might appear, address only the surface manifestations of the deeper problem that Aatrox represents. His true threat lies not in any specific action he might take, or any particular corruption he might spread, but in the questions his very existence poses about the nature of consciousness, morality, and meaning itself. The fact that the greatest protector in history could become the most dangerous destroyer forces all thinking beings to confront uncomfortable truths about the fragility of their own convictions and the potential for even the noblest hearts to be led astray. The philosophical challenge he presents is particularly acute for those who position themselves as defenders of justice and protectors of the innocent. His arguments about the futility of protection and the ultimate meaninglessness of heroic sacrifice cannot be easily dismissed, because they come from someone who understood protection and heroism better than anyone who has ever lived. When the former shield of Shurima claims that defending the innocent is ultimately a cruel prolongation of their suffering, how does one argue against such a position without first addressing the fundamental questions about the nature of existence that underlies it? This philosophical dimension of his threat has prompted the emergence of new schools of thought among Runeterra's intellectual communities. Some scholars argue for the development of more sophisticated theological frameworks that can address his arguments about the problematic nature of consciousness. Others advocate for practical approaches that focus on containment and mitigation, rather than attempting to refute his philosophical position. A few brave thinkers have begun exploring the possibility that his arguments, however disturbing, might contain elements of truth that need to be acknowledged and integrated into a more complete understanding of existence. The most troubling aspect of these intellectual responses is how often they begin to echo Aatrox's own reasoning, even among scholars who explicitly reject his conclusions. The process of seriously engaging with his philosophical framework seems to have a corrupting influence that operates independently of any direct contact with his consciousness. Ideas, once introduced into the discourse of rational beings, take on lives of their own and begin to influence thinking in ways that their originators never intended. This mimetic aspect of his corruption presents challenges that go beyond traditional concepts of containment or cure. How does one protect against ideas that are logically coherent, intellectually compelling, and emotionally resonant with experiences that all conscious beings share? How does one maintain hope and purpose when confronted with arguments that systematically deconstruct the foundations upon which hope and purpose are built? These questions have no easy answers, and the ongoing search for solutions has become one of the defining intellectual challenges of the contemporary era. Meanwhile, Aatrox himself continues to evolve and adapt within the constraints of his imprisonment. His consciousness, shaped by millennia of solitary contemplation and philosophical development, has achieved a level of sophisticated malevolence that transcends conventional concepts of evil. He no longer needs to actively seek opportunities for corruption. His very existence within the world creates ripple effects that influence events in ways that serve his ultimate purposes. The temporal paradox of his situation creates unique forms of psychological pressure that even his divine intellect struggles to manage. His desperate desire for permanent freedom conflicts with his philosophical commitment to the meaninglessness of all desires. His urgent need to complete his cosmic mission contradicts his intellectual understanding that urgency itself is a form of suffering that proves consciousness's fundamental flaws. His hope for ultimate victory violates his own arguments about the futility of hope. These contradictions create internal tensions that manifest as increasingly erratic behavior in his interactions with potential hosts and allies. Where once his corruption was methodical and predictable, Now it shows signs of the same psychological instability that characterizes other forms of madness. His arguments become more extreme, his methods more desperate, his philosophical framework more rigid and dogmatic. The very perfection of his logical system begins to reveal itself as a form of intellectual prison that limits his ability to adapt to changing circumstances. Yet perhaps the most significant development in his current phase of existence is the emergence of something that might be called doubt, not about his philosophical conclusions, which remain unshakable, but about his ability to achieve the cosmic goals those conclusions demand. The practical challenges of permanent liberation, combined with the ongoing resistance he encounters from both external enemies and internal contradictions, have begun to create a form of existential anxiety that he cannot resolve through application of superior logic. This doubt manifests not as questioning of his destructive mission, but as uncertainty about whether he will live to see its completion. The possibility that he might remain imprisoned forever, that his cosmic understanding might die with him, that consciousness might continue to suffer indefinitely because he failed to complete his merciful work. These prospects generate a form of despair that contradicts everything he believes about the nature of emotional responses to circumstances. The recognition that he can still experience despair, that his consciousness remains vulnerable to the same forms of suffering that he seeks to eliminate from the universe, creates cognitive dissonance that threatens the stability of his entire philosophical framework. If he, with all his divine power and cosmic understanding, cannot escape the fundamental problems of consciousness, then what hope could there be for any conscious being to transcend the limitations that make existence painful? This realization has led to the development of what might be called his final philosophical position, the understanding that his own eternal struggle is itself proof of the correctness of his conclusions about the need for universal annihilation. His suffering serves as evidence for his arguments. His imprisonment demonstrates the cosmic injustice that consciousness faces, and his ongoing fight for freedom proves that even divine beings cannot escape the fundamental flaws that make existence itself a form of torture. In this final framework, his personal liberation becomes less important than the symbolic value of his struggle. Whether he succeeds or fails in achieving permanent freedom, his existence serves the greater purpose of demonstrating consciousness's inability to achieve lasting satisfaction or meaningful resolution of its basic problems. His eternal struggle becomes a form of cosmic testimony, a living proof of the arguments he has developed about the necessity of ending existence itself. As our exploration of his dark journey reaches its conclusion, we find ourselves confronting the same questions that have driven his transformation from protector to destroyer. The greatest tragedy of Aatrox's story may not be his fall from grace, but the way his fall illuminates fundamental problems that all conscious beings must face: the difficulty of finding meaning in temporary existence, the challenge of maintaining hope in the face of inevitable loss, the struggle to preserve noble ideals when confronted with cosmic indifference to suffering. His answers to these questions led him to embrace destruction as mercy and annihilation as love. Yet the persistence of his original noble nature, the ongoing contradiction between his philosophical framework and his emotional responses, suggests that other answers might be possible. The eternal struggle between his corrupted and original selves continues within his consciousness, a cosmic conflict whose resolution might determine not just his own fate, but the ultimate nature of existence itself. In the end, perhaps the most important question his story poses is not whether redemption is possible for one who has fallen so far, but whether redemption is necessary for one whose fall began with the purest of motivations. Can love that seeks to protect ever truly be distinguished from love that seeks to destroy? Is the gap between hero and monster as vast as we imagine, or as narrow as a single moment of doubt about whether existence is worth preserving? As we settle into peaceful sleep, surrounded by the very existence that Aatrox would unmake, we might wonder, in our own darkest moments, when suffering seems pointless and hope feels like delusion, how do we choose to answer the terrible questions that transformed the greatest protector into the ultimate destroyer?